Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition here in Louisville, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here in Freedom Hall, we now ask that you please stand for the playing of our national anthem. Might have been a touch flat, but yeah. Whatever. Attention in the barns, this is your first call, Class 4 Herefords and Percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 4 Herefords and Percentage Simmentals. At this time, we'd like to introduce our Hereford judge today, Mr. Brent Murphy. Brent resides in Houstonia, Missouri, where he owns and manages Murphy Cattle Company alongside his wife, Deanna, and two sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and Sim-Angus cows with a seed stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their club calf program. Although Brent was not raised in the agriculture industry, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural Show Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor, and Brent enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout the year with his family. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Hereford judge today, Mr. Brent Murphy.
Test. Well, good morning on the Simmental side. It's certainly an honor and a privilege to be here and evaluate the show with my good friend John McCurry. And as we get into this initial class of pairs, a female that strikes you in terms of this overall stoutness, very powerful in terms of her top. She's wide pinned, she's wide based, a female that's good enough in terms of structure. Then you evaluate the calf, and she's definitely transmitting the same kind of performance and stoutness and power in that calf. You go to the paper, and both of these 6 females excel in terms of ribeye area, being in the top 10, 15% of that area, but certainly a high-quality set of cattle. Maybe like to tighten this female up a little bit and refine her in terms of udder quality, but certainly a good kind of pair of cattle to start the show.
Percentage Simmental exhibitor entry number 217 to the makeup arena immediately. Percentage Simmental entry number 217 to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 4, Hereford and Percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 4, Percentage Simmental and Hereford. Your Class 1 results of your open Hereford show. In first place goes to entry number 4, HR103F GG523N, exhibited by Spencer Ryan of Lebanon, Tennessee. Second place goes to entry number 7, LYN Bell 520, owned and exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina, and Madeline Hawkins of Star, South Carolina. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 2 of your spring heifer Hereford calves. Results of Class 1 of your percentage Simmental calf pairs, your first place and also your champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 367, exhibited by Riley Mears of Cleveland, Alabama. Now entering the ring is class number 2 of your percentage Simmental heifers born May 2025. Attention in the barns, this is your third and final call, Class 4 Hereford and percentage Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 4 Hereford and percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 5 Herefords. First call, Class 5 Herefords. This time, we'd also like to introduce our Simmental judge today, Mr. Kyle Perez. Kyle has a family-owned operation called Perez Cattle Company that consists of Hereford and Angus cattle. He has 2 bull sales a year in November and February. Then the Perez family consists of his son Peyton, daughter Libby, and wife Tanya, and parents Connie and Michael. Kyle is a graduate of Butler Community College and Kansas State University, and he has judged Louisville, Denver, Oklahoma City, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin, and numerous state fairs. He has shown multiple national champions and was a past Hereford Herdsman of the Year. He is also a past AAHA Board of Director member. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our Simmental judge today, Mr. Kyle Perez.
Well, John and I, as we go throughout the day, are going to trade off on the microphone. I'll talk the May heifer calves here. A heifer that as soon as she came to the gate, we migrated to her and just her commanding cow potential demeanor. Female that's just so broody in terms of her appearance. Like her in that heart girth, like the depth into that center body. The females out here, she's as flexible as any as she gets out and goes on both ends of her skeleton. Again, just very functional, broody, low maintenance kind of female. And I think that's where the heifer that comes in second fits there very nicely for us. This in terms of depth of body, like her Springer rib, her depth of heart, her depth of flank, and probably this her flexibility off her hind leg. She's a female you get right in front of her. Maybe you could change her a little bit in her knee and down into her front 2 feet, but certainly from her shoulder back, I just see more mass and dimension and overall power there. Young ladies come into a pair of heifers here in third and fourth that maybe both could be a little deeper in terms of center body. This young lady's female, this gives a little more balance and eye appeal in style as you get off to the profile of her. The heifer that comes around next, again, one that's very good in terms of her lines. This like to give this heifer more body and depth if we could. Maybe make her a little more flexible off those hind two.
Second call, Class 5 Herefords. Second call, Class 5 Herefords. This is your first call, Class 5 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 5 percentage Simmentals. This is your final call, and percentage Simmental entry number 230 to the makeup arena. Final call, percentage Simmental entry number 230 to the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, Class 5 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 5 Hereford. Second call, Class 5 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 5 percentage Simmental. Results of class number 2 of your open Hereford female show. In first place with a weight of 705 pounds is entry number 15, HR 938 Miss Spice 506N, exhibited by Spencer Wright of Lebanon, Tennessee. Second place with a weight of 567 pounds is entry number 9, 2257 Miss Penelope 2512, owned and exhibited by Grandview Farm of Springfield, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 10, WMF Beefy Zelda 24N, exhibited by Addison Sanford of Frankfort, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 3 of your spring heifer calves. Your Class 2 results of your percentage Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 208, STCC Bears Crystal 223N, exhibited by Trenipole Farms and Maylee Matthews of Middletown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 210, SKSW Rita on the Rocks 528N, exhibited by Clayton Landis of Pennsylvania Furnace, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry number 209, Horseman LAH Adele 555N, exhibited by Gentry Zimmerman of Battleground, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 204, exhibited by Ethan Graber of Mountain Pleasant, Iowa. This is your third and final call, Class 5 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 5 percentage Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 6. First call, Class 6 Simmentals.
We've got an outstanding class of heifer calves to start with over here on the Simmental side, where Kyle and I get to have a little discussion. And for both of us, this Baldy heifer services to the top just from a femininity and a longevity. We think this heifer's got nothing but good ahead of her. Female we admire for her moderation, but I guess to me, the combination of youthfulness, structural integrity, and that brood cow feminine look. She's laid in so neat at the top of her neck and the top of her shoulder, so uniform in terms of her body depth and extremely coordinated when she gets out and goes. No doubt, the Heverin 2 is commanding from a power and substance. Female just striking and attractive here. She's so up-headed and attractive, presented to the nines. Where I'd like to reconstruct her as you get right behind her, maybe from a rear pastern to the ground, just make her a little truer and square as she goes. We'd like to tone that one down in terms of her general size compared to her contemporaries here. A really interesting female here in 3 in terms of her added length and extension. And if you turn to the paper, she's a trait leader from a ribeye area standpoint. Huge in terms of her center body and her rib shape and dimension. Long, square in terms of her hip. I'd like to make her just a nickel more effective in filling her tracks. She's sound by all regard, but she's so long, one of those that maybe doesn't get out and quite fill her tracks, but she's still toes straighter and neater from her shoulder down through her knee off the front end. Female then 4, again, really cute and attractive and neat, huge in terms of her center body, powerful in terms of her upper hip. We'd like to maybe make that one toe a little straighter up front, maybe lengthen her out and give her a little more brood cow look relative to those ahead of her. The next heifer coming in line, a female really long and extended, attractive and up-hitted, probably not as pulled apart as some of those females in front of her, especially in her fore rib back into her rear rib and flank. The next female coming in on the stand looks really neat. It's got a good top shape, bold in terms of her rib. Gets a little more uncoordinated in the tread and travel off of her hind leg and out of her front end. The female that concludes the class, we just like to redesign from a structural integrity standpoint. She's got a great silhouette and presence to her here from the profile, but one of those is just not nearly sound enough. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 6 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 6 percentage Simmentals. Your first call, Class 6 Herefords. First call, Class 6 Herefords. Percentage Simmental entry number 334. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Percentage Simmental entry number 334. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 3 of your percentage Simmental heifers born April 2025. In first place goes to entry number 222, CCS JS Summer 22N, exhibited by JS Simmentals of Maxwell, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 220, SNS BTOM Beautiful Things, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Farmland, Indiana. Third place to entry number 225, ECS Schaefer Tammy 518N, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Awanaco, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 213, exhibited by Emily Harrower of Big Prairie, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 214, exhibited by Trenton Pole Farms and Ross Bowen of Middletown, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 218, exhibited by Emma Hyatt. Seventh place to entry number 219, exhibited by Josie Ritter. Results of class number 3 of your Hereford Spring Heifer calves. In first place goes to entry number 33 with a weight of 924 pounds, RCSC Natalie 534N, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregania, Ohio. Second place with a weight of 706 pounds is entry number 34, exhibited by Kevin D. Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Third place goes to entry number 23, LGL 545 River Lady 4N, exhibited by Tucker Lawson of Munfordville, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 24, exhibited by Taylor Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 27, exhibited by Rylan Hines of Magnolia, Kentucky. Sixth place goes to entry number 28, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry. Seventh place, entry number 38, exhibited by Lena Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana. Eighth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Sophia Taylor. Ninth place, entry number 37, exhibited by Zachary Imbruglio. This is your second call, Class 6 Hereford. Second call, Class 6 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 6 percentage Simmental. Third and final call, Class 6 percentage Simmental.
back on the percentage Simmental side. The baldy heifer here that's just very useful and very right in terms of type and kind to win this particular class. And this starts off with her build. She's so functional and broody in terms of the way she's built. She's very flexible and sound in terms of her feet and leg structure. She balances up well from the side, but I think her main advantage is this flexibility out of both ends of her skeleton and just the way her body parts and her overall, her body shape matches that structure, and this makes her a real pleasant, uniform, broody female to look at. The trade-off is between 2 and 3 for me. There's more power in 3, but this 3 more presence and balance and eye appeal in the 1 and 2. She's flatter at the point of her shoulder. She's a little more correct in her knee. You get off to the side of her, I think she's stronger behind her shoulder. She's a little more correct down her top line and probably has a little more ideal set to that hind leg. Now the 1 and 3rd is definitely probably got more center body. She's got more top. She's got more hip. Maybe not as coordinated in the way that she gets out of her shoulder or the way she gets out of her hind leg, but certainly a female that's got some mass, some muscle, some performance to her. A heifer that we really like, and we like the fact that she is genomic enhanced. EPD'd is the one that comes next. Just a really functional female. She's moderate, she's big-bodied, she's sound-structured, she's broody in terms of her appearance. Just maybe not quite the length or extension or size that some of the other ones have out here, but certainly a functional female that's very, very nice. The heifer that comes next is straight and strong topped. You like that about her, or just like to change her and make her a little more flexible in terms of her feet and legs. Young man's got a pretty heifer, one that's got some presence and eye appeal to her. She's got some body to her, maybe not as stout when you study her from her flank back into her hip, into her twist, but certainly a young man does a nice job with her. Then we come into a striking heifer here that's long and extended. This not quite the center body or structure that we see in some of the other cattle. Same for the young man's heifer. They just like to see her more coordinated as we go. We come into some other cattle here that maybe either run into problems in terms of depth of body or structural correctness, but very, very good class, top to bottom. Really nice baldy heifer to win that class.
This is your 3rd and final call, Class 6 Hereford. 3rd and final call, Class 6 Hereford. This is your first call, Class 7A and Class 7 percentage Simmental's first call, Class 7 and 7A percentage Simmental's. Congratulations, your champion spring Hereford heifer calf goes to entry number 33, RCSC Natalie 534N, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregania, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 34, exhibited by Kevin D. Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Now exhibiting in the Hereford ring is class number 4 of your junior heifer calves, born February 10th through February 25th of 2025. Results of class number 4 for your percentage Simmental heifers born of March 2025. In first place goes to entry number 67, CAKP RJ Lizzo 5113N, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Brownsville, Alabama. Second place goes to entry number 231, CCS JS Summer 1N, exhibited by JS Simmentals of Maxwell, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 228, J&J Miss Nessa, exhibited by J&J Simmentals of Winnemac, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 243, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 228, exhibited by J&J Simmentals. Sixth place goes to entry number 241, exhibited by Red River Farms. Seventh place, entry number 235, exhibited by Wyatt Burton. Eighth place, entry number 239, exhibited by Owen Fennig. Ninth place, entry number 242, exhibited by Gracie Fletcher. 10th place, entry number 233, exhibited by Ryland Lindsay. 11th place, entry number 246, exhibited by Cassidy Gabbard. 12th place, entry number 244, exhibited by James Jackson.
Well, as we get the class winners back out here out of the May and April and March classes that are represented here, really pleased with the cattle out here in terms of their body and their build and the broodiness that they offer. There's some females out here that are hinged right in terms of their structure and flexibility. As we get our class winners back out here, the young lady's heifer up here to the front, we appreciated her, this looseness of structure, her depth of body, her broodiness that she had. She's not hinged together or put together quite as nice maybe as the other two out here in terms of balance and eye appeal, but certainly in terms of function, there's one that's awfully nice. One that suits me very well is the one here in second. She's maybe not any of the ESTs, but she's very, very nice. And I think balance and just being very good in a lot of areas goes very high on my bar. When you analyze this one in terms of her structure, when you analyze her in the way her neck lays into her shoulder, the way it comes out of the top side of her neck, she's very broody in terms of her rib and her depth. She's maternal in terms of that muscle shape. And she looks like a calf. She's youthful in terms of her appearance. She's right on in terms of performance and a target WDA, one that's just very, very nice. And then the heifer that comes out of the next class, maybe of the heifers out here, She excels maybe in terms of maybe width of back, width of stifle, maybe this overall muscle shape. Maybe not quite as flexible as the one directly ahead of her, but that's being very picky. But with that being said, the heifer that suits us the best is the one that comes out of the second class. Congratulations.
First call, Class 7 Herefords. First call, Class 7 Herefords. This is your second call, Class 7 and 7A, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 7 and 7A. Results of class number 4 of your junior heifer Hereford calves. In first place goes to entry number 52, KJDCC 181H Lavender, 835N, exhibited by Kevin D. Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. In second place goes to entry number 45, Day Hazel, C1857, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Third place to entry number 49, Miss Kayla 10N, exhibited by McKenna and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Fourth place goes to entry number 41, exhibited by Stephen W. Green of Hodgenville, Kentucky. Fifth place, entry number 40, exhibited by Taylor and Owen Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 47, exhibited by Hair Trigger Farm of Springfield, Tennessee. This is your second call, Class 7 Herefords. Second call, Class 7 Herefords.
Well, as we bring the second place out of the middle class back in the air, a heifer that we really like in terms of her balance, her eye appeal, her structure. She's presented to the nines. Everything is just really well put together on this heifer. I am concerned a little bit in terms of her WDA and just where that's going to project this one in terms of a cow herd, mature cow herd weight standpoint. So with that being said, we're going to go with the heifer out of the third class reserve champion.
Congratulations, your Division 1 champion, percentage Simmental heifer, goes to entry number 222, CCS JS Summer 22N, exhibited by JS Simmentals of Maxwell, Iowa. Division 1 reserve champion goes to entry number 67, which is a ride-in, Oak P. RJ Lizzo 5113N, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Brownsville, Alabama. This is your third and final call, Class 7 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 7 Herefords. First call, Class 8 and 9 Herefords. First call, Class 8 and 9. This is your third and final call, Class 7 and 7A percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 7 and 7A percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 8. First call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Results of Class 5 of your Hereford Open Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 9215, CMCC Nevermind 578N, exhibited by Jack N. Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 51, HPH Serenity 253M, exhibited by Evelyn Foster of Niles, Michigan. Third place goes to entry number 56, Churchill Lady 5157, exhibited by Ramses Herefords of Greenfield, Indiana, and Lena Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 57, exhibited by Case Eisringhausen of Jerseyville, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 50, exhibited by Evan Jackson of Holiday, Tennessee.
We got a really nice dominant class winner on the Simmental side here. We think this heifer balances up extremely well from the top of her neck into the top of her shoulder there. So uniform in terms of her body depth, the strength in their lines, the squareness out of her hip and off of her hind leg. You get that combined with her added structural integrity. Here's the female that can pick up her knee and her shoulder, get out and go, and the most effective in terms of filling her tracks, a dominant class winner in this particular lineup. The female that's in 2 comes to us just a shot plainer in terms of her general balance. She's a little thicker and crestier about the top of her neck and plainer through the base of her chest. Maybe doesn't have that rear ribbon flank to go with it like our class winner, but we think from a functionality standpoint, here's the second soundest heifer in this particular lineup with reach and flexibility. Big outlined, long-spined heifer, this Baldy coming in next. Big in terms of her top shape, huge in terms of her muscularity out of her upper pins. Carries that dimension to the ground in terms of her structure. But here's one that's just a little harder in terms of her general rib shape. Where I want to pick on her the most in terms of her balance is the way when she gets out and goes, she gets too tight in the middle of her back from a structural integrity standpoint to try to compensate to get out and go. A little more youthfulness and freshness in the heifer that's going to conclude our class. Really neat and smooth and sleek from her shoulders forward. With that, she just doesn't have near enough to her and much substance and mass relative to her contemporaries ahead of her. We'd like to just stouten this one up throughout. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. This is your second call, Class 8 and 9 Herefords. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Herefords. Results at Class 5 of your percentage Simmental heifers born February of 2025. In first place goes to entry number 247, J. Saul Lizzo 5585N, exhibited by Vance Heinrichs of Petersburg, West Virginia. Second place goes to entry number 251, Bates' Nikki 502N, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sebawing, Michigan. Third place goes to entry number 334, BRAM HFS Mary's Pride 310N, exhibited by Guthridge Farms of Kingsley, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 256, exhibited by Red River Farms and Marley Granis of Grand Saline, Texas. Now exhibiting in the Simmental ring is class number 6 of your percentage Simmental heifers born January of 2025. This is your second call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Hereford entry number 80, please make your way into the makeup arena. Hereford entry number 80, please make your way into the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. This is your third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 9. First call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals.
Well, in this class here, maybe a little more challenging to this, find the one that puts it all together. But I think when you analyze the females in terms of freshness and angularity and youthfulness, and females that got some future to them, I think the young lady's heifer, this in terms of her structure, especially out of her knee and out of her hip and hock, is just at a notch better than the red heifer. She maybe gives up a little internal dimension, right, in terms of the center body, but I think she makes up for it in terms of her balance, her design, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, the way she blends there at the point of her shoulder, and then the strength of her top line. I think she's definitely got the advantage in terms of a silhouette and a balance and a design from the side. The heifer that's in second is really robust. You like the width of chest she has, the depth of body, the spring of rib, heifer that you just see a little more action there at the top side of her shoulder blade. A heifer that's maybe just a little thicker and a little heavier conditioned as you analyze her all the way through. And maybe like to see the way that changed the way she handles her hip and her hind leg there on the move. A real angler heifer here that's really slick-necked and sharp at the top side of her neck is the one that comes next. She's strong down her top line. Maybe we like to soften her up in there in that flank, and maybe this give her a little more stifle and twist if we could there when you get right in behind her. A really powerful heifer that comes next is big boned. She's big-bodied. She's got some mass to her. Just in terms of structure and balance, you analyze her up through her front two, in behind her shoulder, and this is the way she's designed out of her hip, just not quite as nice a balance there. And then we come into a heifer here that is really strong down her top line. You like that about her, just not quite as much cattle from her shoulder back to her hip.
Really nice division of these winter heifer calves over here on the Simmental side. we've got two outstanding class winners to evaluate and choose from here between Kyle and I think in terms of our decision. The younger heifer here, the young lady in the blue shirt, we love her from her youthfulness about her head and the maternal look about her neck, how good she's laid in at the point of her shoulder. We think she's a shot softer in terms of her lower rib shape and design, maybe more fits her in terms of her size. Female's really correct in terms of her feet and legs and got a beautiful hip and hind leg. The Everin 2 kind of surprises us for what she weighs as we would look at her. Tells us there's lots of substance and mass and dimension. She's huge top, big hipped, female that's got a really neat, correct hip and hind leg. Again, maybe not quite as soft in her back into her rear rib and flank. Maybe not quite as neat about her skull right there, but an outstanding pair of them. Congratulations to these ladies. The one that suits us today will be the young lady in the blue shirt will be your champion. Young lady here in the hat will be your reserve. Congratulations, ladies.
Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 10 Herefords. First call, Class 10. Results of Class 6 of your junior Hereford heifer calves. In first place, with a weight of 900 pounds, goes entry number 70, RCSC NAILE 548N, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregon, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 66, with a weight of 875 pounds, Churchill Lady 549N, exhibited by Blaine Smith of Russell Springs, Kentucky. Third place to entry number 65, Ramsey Mark of Theta 308T, exhibited by Lynn Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 62, exhibited by Grass Pond Farm of New Jersey. Fifth place, entry number 58, exhibited by Branson Taylor of Barton, Maryland. Sixth place, entry number 59, exhibited by Stephen W. Green. Seventh place, entry number 61, exhibited by Colton Sugg. And your champion junior heifer calf in your Hereford Open female show goes to entry number 52, KJDCC 181H Lavender 835N, exhibited by Kevin D. Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 9215, CMCC Nevermind 578N, exhibited by Jack and Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma. This is your third and final call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 10. First call, Class 10 percentage Simmentals.
A single entry on the Simmental percentage Simmental side, and a heifer that you surely can't argue that she's packed with muscle. She's big and bold topped. She's really powerful in terms of that hip and stifle. She bases away wide when she gets out and goes. From a balance standpoint and maybe just a maternal standpoint, not as smooth in that muscle pattern and maybe not correct in terms of that structure or balance as we'd like to see, but you can't argue the stoutness in this particular heifer.
Second call, Class 10 Hereford. Second call, Class 10 Hereford. Your Class 6 results are your percentage Simmental heifers born January 2025. In first place goes to entry number 262, Lakeview BF Fendi 6N, exhibited by Cohen Berry of Rockville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 266, Bachman Farms Malibu N3, exhibited by Hadley Harold of Gambier, Ohio. Third place goes entry number 269, RRF Leapin' Proud 4N, exhibited by Sadie Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Fourth place goes entry number 270, exhibited by Haynes Show Cattle of Greenville, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 261, exhibited by Emerson Musselman of Polk, Ohio. Congratulations, your Division II champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 247, J. Saul Lizzo 5585N, exhibited by Vance Heinrichs of Petersburg, West Virginia. Your Division II reserve champion goes to entry number 262, Lakeview BF Fendi 6N, exhibited by Cohen Berry of Rockville, Indiana. Third and final call, Class 10 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 10 Hereford. This is your first call, Class 11. First call, Class 11 Hereford. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 10 percentage Simmental. At this time, we'd also like to introduce our associate judge today on the Simmental side, Mr. John McCurry from Hutchinson, Kansas. John owns and manages McCurry Angus Ranch with his wife Melody and two daughters Aubrey and Molly and son Drew. McCurry Angus Ranch is a purebred Angus and commercial cow-calf operation that is striving to produce bulls for their annual bull sale in March, where they will market 200 Angus bulls through the annual sale and private treaty. John attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University on a livestock judging team scholarship and was a member of the Reserve National Senior College team in 2003. John and his family have raised and show cattle at the National Junior Angus Show and had the champion female in 2003, reserve female in 2004, and the champion bred and owned bull in 2005. John served on the National Junior Angus Board from 2001 to 2003. John is a true believer in junior livestock associations and accredits it for much success in his own life. John is very proud that his family was awarded the 2015 Beef Improvement Federation Seed Stock Producer of the Year, and a very proud highlight recently is being named the 2023 American Angus Association Young Breeder of the Year. John has judged shows at all levels, including multiple breeds of national junior shows, including the American Royal, National Western, North American, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. John's love in life is to evaluate cattle and to help encourage the next generation of ag enthusiasts to get involved and pursue their desire to carry the ag industry forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our associate judge, Mr. John McCurry.
Simmental side, Kyle and I got a pair of really high quality of these senior heifer calves that the ladies have brought out to us, and both of them just tremendous. And from a balance perspective, so striking and attractive here on the phenotypic standpoint. But there are differences, and the female that we like to win this class, the young lady here in the purple shirt, not only is she more expansive in her rib shape, she's bolder and comes out of her top of her spine. We think she's softer and more uniform in her body depth. Today, what makes her win this class, though, is her structural integrity. We think she's more correct in the angle of her shoulder. She's looser in her top line in a good way. She's looser over her loin edge down her spine. A female can really reach and get out and go and fill her tracks. A great place to start. Young ladies ever here in two. Again, tremendous silhouette and look. Admire the added length and extension. This heifer is really shapeful in terms of her muscularity down her top and out of her hip. Where I want to pick on her is she gets a little bit more upright in the angle of her shoulder. She tries to compensate by getting her loin up as she goes. A female, we'd like to soften her back up in her rear rib and flank compared to her class winner contemporary there, but a nice female is sure to stand second. The black-white heifer here coming in three. She's moderate. She's bold in terms of her rib shape. She's muscular in terms of her top side. She just comes to us plainer on both ends of her skeleton, about her front 1/3, her tail head, and her hind leg. Nice place here to these senior heifer calves.
Second call, Class 11 Herefords. Second call, Class 11 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 10 Percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 10. This is your first call, Class 11. First call, Class 11 Percentage Simmentals.
Well, as John mentioned in the class, those two heifers, they weren't exactly the same that came out of that last class, but just in terms of a quality level, they set the bar pretty high. Two females that are both very high quality, very striking, presented to the nines. Like John said, we just saw just a little more flexibility in terms of top line and a little more center body in the young ladies heifer here closest to me. We'll keep those two heifers together for this division. This an outstanding grand and reserve grand there.
Third and final call, Class 11 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 11 Herefords. Second call, Class 11 Percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 11 Percentage Simmentals. Results of Class 7 of your senior heifer Hereford calves. In first place goes entry number 72, TR 8105 Hamaya 350M, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Second place with a weight of 1,120 pounds is entry number 80, Day Brecken C 1857, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Third place to entry number 74, exhibited by Hudson Fleener of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 75, exhibited by Evan Jackson of Holiday, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 73, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Conley Addison and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Seventh place to entry number 9208, exhibited by Emma Ballinger of Kentucky. Eighth place to entry number 79, exhibited by Levi Mobley. Your Class 8 results of your senior heifer calves. In first place goes to entry number 90, BK Made Distinctive 4049M, exhibited by Everly Foster of Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry number 82, HR 101D Rosalie 4004, exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Third place goes to entry number 89, DJF Waverly 60M, exhibited by Megan and Travis Mallory of Madison, Virginia. First call, Class 12 Herefords. First call, Class 12 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 11 Percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 11 Percentage Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 12. First call, Class 12 Percentage Simmentals. Hereford entry number 107 to the makeup arena. Hereford entry number 107 to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 12 Percentage Simmentals and Herefords. Second call, Class 12 Percentage Simmentals and Herefords. This is your third and final call, Class 12, Herefords and Percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 12, Herefords and Percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 13, Hereford. First call, Class 13, Hereford. Results of class number 8 of your senior Hereford Heifer calves. In first place goes to entry number 98, BKCMC Made Distinctive 4049M, exhibited by Everly Foster of Niles, Michigan. Second place went to entry number 82, HR101D Rosalie 4004, exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Third place to entry number 89, DJF Waverly 60M, exhibited by Megan and Travis Mallory of Madison, Virginia.
Well, as we get into our summer division here, just a pair of females that are so high quality, and I mean it's fun to be out here and evaluate them with a cowman like John that I truly respect his opinion. And how we've gone about this is I want him to challenge me, and I want myself to challenge him. I think that's the only way a pair of associate judges can get along out here is, neither one of you cave automatically. And you know, the thing is, we bounce these two heifers back and forth for good reasons. I mean, there's good in both of these cattle. They both have a lot to them. It's the little things that sort them. And I think that the longer they're out here, it's the little things that separate them. And the reason that we take time on a pair of cattle like this, I get it. From the time of harvesting the embryo that these were and putting them in a recip, raising them, halter breaking them, develop them, breeding them, getting them all the way back here. I mean, it's up to us to try to get it right in our mind of which ones we actually like the best, and not just try to blow through this show and get to the backdrop. And I think when you do that, the longer these cattle are out here, I think the advantage of this bald-faced heifer is when you analyze her down at the point of her chest, when you analyze her right behind her shoulder, when you analyze her from her hip bone, across her tail head, and the set of that hind leg, her foot shape is perfect, and the way her toes are shaped. Is she as long? No. Is she as deep? No. But I think when you analyze this heifer in terms of her correctness, her balance, her foot shape, her levelness design, her squareness of hip, she's the one that we land on in this particular class. Extremely close second, and the one that comes next. We love her length of body. We love her capacity, her rib shape. Heifer, when you get off of the side of her, maybe she drops down a little bit in her balance in terms of her chest floor relative to her center body. Me personally, I'd like to maybe refine that teed up a little bit in terms of size and spacing, and maybe lay that tail head in her just a little bit better. That's being extremely critical of a heifer that in my mind is worth a lot of money, that is very, very good and will definitely be a donor for this young lady. Then we come into a heifer here that, again, is very, very good heifer. I mean, this class is so deep all the way through. This heifer is stout. She's powerful. She's big-ribbed. She's got a lot of dimension to her. When we look at her relative to the other two in terms of flexibility, not as good out of that structure on either end of her skeleton.
Results of Class 9 of your senior Hereford Heifer calves. In first place goes to entry number 92, Hawk CP Malone 2402, exhibited by Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 96, McLean Rosie's Bab M1, exhibited by Garrett and Scott Hickey of Staunton, Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 94, GGSC Mary Kate 102M, exhibited by Megan and Travis Mallory of Madison, Virginia. Second call, Class 13 Hereford. Second call, Class 13 Hereford.
On the Simmental side, we got an incredible place to start here with this heifer the gentleman's brought out to us. Just presented to the nines, a female that might be as flexible as anything we've seen throughout the morning here. Just a really expansive in her rib shape, beautiful in terms of her muscularity. Kyle and I both want to say that, she's on the edge in terms of freshness. I think she looks fresh on the stand. We wouldn't want to put any more condition back into that rear udder. The Everthen 2, undoubtedly fresh and youthful, just beautiful about her skull and her neck and her design right there. We'd like to strengthen her up a shot more right in behind her forerib and her heart, level her up from her loin out of her tail head off of her hind leg. Just give her a little more substance and mass and dimension to run with that class winner, but one that's just incredible in terms of her phenotype, her mobility, a female that gives you lots of things to breed upon. Everthen 3 is just beautiful from a fundamental functionality brood cow standpoint. She's so maternal and easy doing looking through that front 1/3. Love the added capacity, rib shape, and design that she has. She's sound enough. She would not probably handle it quite as good as those two ahead of her. We'd like to refine her in terms of her teat size and udder for Kyle and I to take home and make a productive cow, but lots of pieces there to make those breeding pieces from. The gentleman's ever here in fourth, kind of gets to this place by default. Again, long, level, square in terms of her lines and off of her hip and hind leg. Love to drop her down in terms of her rib shape, freshen her up in terms of her udder, and refine her in terms of her teat size and placement. Heifer that's going to conclude this class, maybe as stout as any. She's just massive and opened up down her top line, out of her upper hip and her pins. Got as much structure and bone to the ground. She's just the farthest thing from maternal for Kyle and I. We'd love to redesign her from her shoulders forward and back into her rear rib and flank. Just make her look softer and more like a lady.
Third and final call, Class 13 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 13 Hereford. This is your first call, Class 14. First call, Class 14 Hereford. Congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf in your open Hereford female show. Your champion goes to entry number 92, Honk CP Malone 2402, owned and exhibited by Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 72, TR 8105 Amaya 350M, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Class 10 of your late summer Hereford yearling females was a scratch, so we are moving into Class 11 of your early summer yearling females, calved May 1st of 2024 through May 8th of 2024. First call, Class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, Class 13 and 14 percentage Simmental bulls. Results from Class 7A of your percentage Simmental heifers born November of 2024. In first place goes to entry number 274, JWFF Lucy 4037, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. Your Class 7 results in first place and also your Division 3 champion female goes to entry number 278, Oak P. Audi 106M, exhibited by Chick Chicks Cattle Company of Clinton, Illinois. Second place in your reserve champion goes to entry 279, RP CMFM Built to Love M257, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Third place goes entry number 276, How's Malibu Barbie, exhibited by Richard Howe of Yorktown, Indiana. Your Class 8 results of your percentage Simmentals born May through June of 2024. In first place goes entry number 290, and also your Division 4 champion, RP CMFM Black Cap M86, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Blounsville, Alabama. Second place in your reserve champion goes to entry number 292, APB SCC Phyllis 1469M, exhibited by Addison Bartlow and Adcock Land and Livestock of Monticello, Illinois. Third place goes to entry number 291, JSF3 Donna Jean 912M, exhibited by Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. Second call, Class 14 Hereford. Second call, Class 14 Hereford. This is your first call, Class 15. First call, Class 15 Hereford. Your Class 11 results of your early summer yearling Hereford females. In first place in your champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry number 113, YB Bambi 711, exhibited by Abigail Britton of Olmsted, Illinois. Second place goes to entry number 116, Hawk KLD Maisie 802M, exhibited by Piper Sice of Thurmont, Maryland. Third place to entry number 115, RWCC Rose Diana 4034M, exhibited by Avery Rollett of Waverly, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry number 112, exhibited by Addison, Hattie, and Olivia Young of Lexington, Illinois. All champion and reserve champion percentage Simmentals, please make your way to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental heifers, please make your way into the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, Class 14 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 14 Hereford. Second call, Class 15 Hereford. Second call, Class 15 Hereford.
Very interesting class here with a lot of differences in the cattle. And I'd be the first to admit, I don't know if there's one that this totally hits you and has to win, but there's differences in the cattle, and the longer they're out here, I definitely think that it starts with, we got the two soundest structured ones here in 1 and 2. And then it's a decision to make. You definitely have a volume and a stoutness and a performance advantage in the one that's in second, or you got a maternal shape, a broodiness, just a flatness, design, and a cow look, maybe a lower maintenance female in the young ladies here. So it's the trade-off between those, whether you go with more of a cow look or you go with true power. And the longer they're out here, and we ask the cattle to go even a second and a third time out here, this heifer, this keeps growing on us. I think when you look at her in terms of her udder quality, her soundness of structure, her foot quality, the way her shoulder lays into a body, the shape on the top side of her neck, and then the way that she's built in terms of her rib cage, and she's very maternal in her muscle pattern, she's the one that we decided to land on in this particular class. The one in that comes in second is very powerful. There's no arguing that. She's bold, she's big rib, she's powerful hip. She's a big heifer. She's a heifer that's approaching 1,800 pounds. Just a powerful, powerful designed individual when you get her out here. Perhaps she's a heifer that's not quite as flat at the point of her shoulder. She's a heifer that's not quite as angular as the one that goes directly ahead of her, but certainly one that's a tremendous breeding piece that has a lot of dimension and a lot of power. The heifer that comes next is stout-boned. She's powerfully constructed. Maybe that bone and stoutness kind of works to her disadvantage when you ask this one to go. Maybe not quite as ladylike as some of the other heifers that we got out here. We come into another heifer here that's got a lot of stoutness and body to her again. Not quite as flexible when you ask her to go on that second time. We just like to change her in the way she handles herself out of that hip and hock and down into that pastern. The heifer that comes next, again, a heifer that's really out there in terms of the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's strong top. She's got some dimension to her, just not balanced and designed as well from the side. Heifer that comes next, super long-sided. A heifer that's got a lot of length from nose to tail, a heifer that's flexible enough in terms of her structure. You analyze her top line, not quite as good in the middle of her back or behind her shoulder. Then we get in a heifer here that needs to be changed structurally. Same with the young man's heifer here. I'd like to see her looser and more flexible. And same with the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Not quite the overall quality that we see in those top three.
Third and final call, Class 15 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 15 Hereford. Your first call, Class 16. First call, Class 16 Hereford. Your Class 12 results of your spring yearling Hereford females. In first place with a weight of 1,571 pounds is entry number 121, 31I Kim 27M, exhibited by Amberlynn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. Second place with a weight of 1,732 pounds is entry number 16, CFCC HPH Marley 26M, exhibited by Olivia and Hadley Eubank of Oblong, Illinois. Third place goes entry number 122, TR 4064B Diana 57M, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregano, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 31, exhibited by Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma. Second call, Class 16 Hereford. Second call, Class 16 Hereford.
Selection of your division champion out here in the Simmental show, and we got 4 outstanding females. The breeders and exhibitors are brought to us. We think the decision is probably between these 2 class winners, and they're obviously totally different types and kinds. The gentleman's heifer down here just really, really complete and incredible in the way she's built, about her head and the connect ties into the top of her shoulder. Love that added looseness and flexibility down her top line, the set and travel off of her hip and hind leg. Maybe ideally we'd like to spread her teat size out just a nickel compared to some of the others out here. The female that comes out of the second class, from her shoulders back, Kyle and I just admire from a brood cow standpoint, her added capacity, her body mass and dimension, the levelness out of her hip and off of her hind leg. No, she's not as quite as sweet and attractive and elegant through her front 1/3, but she's still so fundamental, correct, and functional from a longevity standpoint. For us, the one that needs to win to be the gentleman's ever out of Class 1, the young lady out of Class 2 will be reserved.
Your Class 13 results are your spring yearling Hereford females in first place, and also your champion spring yearling female goes to entry number 134 with a weight of 1,600 pounds, KLD Hall Mercedes D404, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Second place in class number 13 goes entry number 126, YB Bambi 1326, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 9005, WSCC Miss Dot 1M, exhibited by Jordan Mitchum of Vale, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 130, is exhibited by Taylor and Owen Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 138, is exhibited by Brenna Ware of Roanoke, Indiana. Congratulations, your reserve champion spring yearling female goes to entry number 121, HR31I Kim 27M, exhibited by Emberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. This is your third and final call, Class 16 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 16 Hereford. This is your final call. All champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena. Final call. All champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Well, I tell you what, folks, the heifer that wins the class, this combines so many good things together. And when you're out here and evaluating cattle and you want to find one that's got a maternal look and still is maternal in her muscle shape and yet so sound in terms of structure, you go to the paperwork and she offers strengths, ranking in the top 10, 15% in terms of her growth and performance and a ribeye area size, and so you can do it. You can put the performance records with these cattle and still make them right. And when you analyze this heifer in terms of the female quality that she offers up in that head and the shape of that ear and the way her neck comes on the top side of her shoulder, the way her neck blends in there to the point of her shoulder, the correctness of her top line, the amount of body that she has, her structure's right. She's a female for her age and her weight. It's very appropriate. She's got some spacing under that teat and udder there. She's just really puts a lot of good things together of heifer that's really hard to poke a hole in. And now, honestly, when the cattle get to this quality, I mean, what's the use of trying to poke many holes in them? Let them be what they are and promote them for that. The heifer that comes around in second is one that you really like in terms of just her moderation, her kind, her depth of body that she has. She's a female that's flexible enough the way she gets out of her front end. Maybe like to change her off the hind too, and this give her a little more dimension when you analyze her right from behind.
Your Class 9 results, your percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2024. In first place goes entry number 295, BRB4 Card CC 463M, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. Second place to entry number 305, Roxy's Matters to Me, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Third place to entry number 297, Elman Riker M303, exhibited by Lane Reiser of Mount Gilead, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 301, exhibited by Griffin Hoff of Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 294, exhibited by Bars Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. Your Class 10 results: in first place goes to entry number 309, RP CMFM Time to Shine M13, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry number 319, Oak P. RJ Lizzo M254, exhibited by Chick Chicks Cattle Company of Clinton, Illinois. Third place goes to entry number 325, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 312, exhibited by Gabriella Hadbig of Louisville, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 317, exhibited by Carly Nitzel of Iowa. Sixth place, entry number 308, Tyler Miller. Seventh place, entry number 307, exhibited by Genevieve Sheets. Eighth place, entry number 316, exhibited by Mason Traddles. Ninth place, entry number 306, exhibited by Haley Poley and Schaefer Show Cattle. Congratulations, your Division 5 champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 295, BRB4 Card CC 463M, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 309, RP CMFM Time to Shine M13, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Your Class 11 results: in first place goes to entry number 331, RP CMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry number 326, SNS Kinnicky Summer Love 4058M, exhibited by Elena Graft and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Middletown, Ohio.
got a really big, stout, really neat made heifer to start with in this class, and Kyle and I just love to tone her down from a weight perspective. But that after that, you kind of just it gets hard to pick a hole in this heifer. They've done an incredible job of managing this female. Comes to us just presented to the nines for an 1,800-pound junior yearling. She is just so fresh, neat, and elegant about her front 1/3. Just explodes into just so much center portion of her body and mass and rib shape and design. Gets out and goes good enough. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that she's perfect out of her shoulder, but a female that gets out and goes is good enough. No doubt, a really long, extended, probably the most ladylike, even maybe of this whole particular class. This heifer the young lady's gotten second. She is so extended from her shoulders forward. She's one of the longest pattern, longest spine heifers in this particular class. With that added length and extension and no more muscle than she has, we'd like to maybe make her a little more coordinated off of her hind too, and just stouten her up as you see her down low compared to the females on either side of her. We want to commend both these heifers for being genomically enhanced TPDs. The heifer, the big bald face heifer here, the young lady's got from her shoulders back. We love the mass, the dimension, the capacity, the power that she has. At times, she wants to get a little easy in her top because she gets a little bit plainer in terms of her design there. We'd like to freshen her up and reconstruct her from a ladylike female character from her shoulders forward. Take a little of that condition off the side of her neck and through the base of her chest, and I think this one more fits our class winner. The heifer that comes into fourth here, if you just evaluate the female for what she is, not compared to her others, a female that's really square, long, and in terms of her design, beautiful hip and hind leg, beautiful in terms of rib shape and design. Get her out here. She gets a little more jammed up compared to her contemporaries, a little shorter and chuffier through that front 1/3. The pair of heifers we're going to conclude with, females that are big, stout, powerfully constructed. Appreciate this young lady getting this heifer along in terms of calf. These cattle just need to get out and go better for Kyle and I. Females that are just too upright in the angle of the shoulder, too tight and restricted out of their hock.
Results of class number 14 of your junior yearling Hereford females. In first place goes to entry number 140 with a weight of 1,646 pounds. Hawk Priya 11M, exhibited by Ty Pozanowski of Peru, Illinois. Second place goes to entry number 152 with a weight of 1,699 pounds. D87 Brecken 44M, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Third place goes to entry number 139, CMCC Money Shot 445M, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place goes to entry number 150, exhibited by Braxton and Barrett Carper of Vevey, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 143, exhibited by Rylan Hines of Magnolia, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 153, exhibited by Addison Sanford.
On the percentage Simmental side, and as we get into the junior yearling division, this is a really quality set of cattle all the way through, and there's differences in them. But the heifer that comes out of this first class, I just particularly love the way this heifer's built. And it starts with her structure, her presence, her maternal status that she has. This way her ear is shaped, her head is shaped, strong top, beautiful structured, proper amount of rib cage to her, beautiful set to that hip, hind leg, and rear pastern. She just blends it all together, and then she does it. She's a female that's appropriate in terms of her size and dimension. She reads on paper with definitely enough performance and ribeye. You see it internally when you get on this heifer and look at her. She's built so right. Her udder quality is going to be nice as well. Just a really, really good female. Just a powerful designed one that comes out of that second class. She's big and robust in terms of body and stoutness. She is on the upper end of the extreme for me in terms of just added weight and performance. But with that, they've done a really good job in managing her in terms of her structure, in terms of her freshness, and this way she's presented out here. So I commend them for that. But with that being said, I think the heifer that definitely this suits me is the one directly in front. She'll be your division champion.
First call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females, please make your way to the makeup arena. First call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females, please make your way to the makeup arena. Your Class 12 results of your percentage Simmental heifers born January of 2024. In first place goes to entry number 339, J-Sol Who's Darlin, 4151M, exhibited by Brock Studer of Creston, Iowa. Second place went to entry number 336, XTB Mona Lisa, M22, exhibited by Tylee Elmore, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Waukomis, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry number 337, GCC Lollipop Love 4139M, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Fourth place to entry number 343, exhibited by Haynes Show Cattle of Greenville, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 338, exhibited by Peyton Klauser of West Point, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 341, exhibited by Lane Simon and Clearwater Simmentals of Osgood, Indiana. Congratulations to your Division 6 champion. Percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 331, RPCMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 339, J-Sol Who's Darlin, 4151M, exhibited by Brock Studer of Creston, Iowa. Now exhibiting in the Percentage Simmental ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Percentage Simmental heifer. This is your first call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental Bulls. This is your final call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females. Final call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Your Class 15 results of your junior yearling Hereford females. In first place went to entry number 155, Goon Miss Macy M1, exhibited by Jack Bigoon of Virginia. Second place went to entry number 159, BWSMH GDH Princess 6M, exhibited by Garrett and Scott Hickey of Staunton, Virginia. Third place to entry number 160, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt of New Jersey. Congratulations, your champion junior yearling female went to entry number 140. Hawk Priya 11M, exhibited by Ty Pezanowski of Peru, Illinois. Your reserve champion went to entry number 152, 6MC D87 Brecken 44M, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Second call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental Bulls. Third and final call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 14 and 15 percentage Simmental bulls.
Well, as we get ready to conclude the percentage Simmental show, I know we still got 3 shows to go, so we'll kind of continue to move through it if we can. But I do think that, you know, the quality that's standing out here, we need to give these exhibitors, these breeders, the partners behind these cattle, the ones that raised them, the ones that outfit them, a big round of applause for a great presentation. The genetics are right on these cattle. They look good, and they're presented to the nines. The heifer that comes out of the spring calf division did so this in terms of correctness of this size and weight and just freshness. A heifer that's really right in terms of her type and kind. She's broody in terms of her appearance. Is going to have a great future ahead of her. The heifer that came in the next division kind of got there in terms of default. We liked her balance, her design, her rib shape relative to that particular division. A heifer that we think that is in contention here is the one that comes out of the fall division. She's a female that's kind of an awkward stage in terms of, you know, her age and the way she's developing, but you can see that she's developing to a big-time maternal female. She's huge in terms of center body. She's very flexible in terms of the way she gets out on both ends of her skeleton in terms of her feet and legs. At times, when she gets out and goes, she maybe rolls a little at the top side of her shoulder. You can even see there she's wanting to get just an easy little bit in behind that blade. But in terms of just function, rib, dimension, a heifer that you really, really like. Presence is where this heifer that comes next really strikes you. So elegant in the way she's designed. She's strong top. She's very correct from hooks to pins. Her tail head lays into her extremely well. She's beautiful in the set of that hind leg. And I really like the way her teats are placed underneath her in terms of refinement and spacing on that female. The one that comes out of the next division is just powerful. You love the way that one's built in terms of her shape. She's bold top, she's shapy and bold in terms of that center body. She's got a beautiful shape to her hip. She's very flexible in terms of structure. She's a female that's got some bone and some flexibility to her. Maybe if you're going to be just nitpicky on her, and you get to this point and you got to pick a champion, maybe like to space her teats just a little bit, and maybe like to clean her in her chest just a notch. But I mean, that is one hell of a heifer that's so sound, so powerful, and looks so good out here. You got to be drawn to that one. The one that comes out of the next division is this one that suits John and I very well from a lot of aspects. I mean, just a true cow power there. I think where she excels the lineup here is just her female qualities. And it starts in the shape of her head, her ear, the way her eye lays into her skeleton. She's a female that's flat necked, she's clean chested. And then from there back, she blows up. She's big top, she's bold ribbed. She's wide pinned, she's wide based, she's flexible when she goes. Just very, very hard to pick a hole in that female. Maybe when you get off to the side of her, maybe her front teat's maybe going to be a nickel longer than her rear one. But I tell you what, we'll have to wait and see when she calves to make that total decision. I think that's just one hell of a heifer that's presented to the nines. She's fresh in her condition. She's so sound in terms of structure. Just a tremendous, tremendous female. With that being said, John and I are going to go out and pick you a champion. It's been a pleasure. The quality's been outstanding. Congratulations.
First call, Class 16 and 17 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, Class 16 and 17. Congratulations, your grand champion percentage Simmental heifer goes to entry number 331 RP CMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. And your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 295, BRB Ford card CC 463M, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. This is your second call, Class 17, 18, and 19 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 17, 18, and 19 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 Hereford Bulls. Your third and final call, Class 16 and 17 percentage Simmental Bulls. Third and final call, Class 16 and 17 percentage Simmental Bulls. Congratulations, your grand champion Hereford female goes to entry number 92, Hawk CP Malone 2402, exhibited by Colin and Landon Dietzman of Leesburg, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion Hereford female goes to entry number 52, KJDCC 181H Lavender 835N, exhibited by Kevin D. Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Congratulations to our Hereford female exhibitors. Percentage Simmental Bowl entry number 368. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Percentage Simmental Bowl entry number 368 to the makeup arena. Hereford entry bowl number 171, please make your way to the makeup arena. Hereford entry number 171 to the makeup arena. This is your final call. Percentage Simmental Bowl entry number 368. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Percentage Simmental Bowl entry number 368. Mark Preston, this is your final call. First call, Class 18 and 19 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, Class 18 and 19 percentage Simmental bulls.
Well, as we get into the spring bull calves here, the bull face bulls, this excels the pair of cattle that we have out here in terms of just length and rib shape and depth back to his flank. I think he's definitely sounder in terms of his feet and leg structure. Get him on the profile. He gives you a nice balance from the side. The way his neck gets up out of his shoulder and the way the tail head lays into the body there. Bull that you go to the paper and he does chart with more growth figures and whatnot. But I think just a bull that excels in terms of soundness and length and depth. The bull that comes in second is very muscular in terms of his shape. He's bold top. He's got a nice shape to his quarter. Again, you look off to the side of him, he's a little shallower in terms of his center body. Bull a little more rigid and upright in terms of his structure, out of his shoulder and out of his hip and hock.
Results of Class 13 your percentage bulls born March through April of 2025. In first place goes entry number 352, Mr. CCF Natural Instinct, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. Second place goes to entry number 351, Ace of Spades, exhibited by CMCA Farm of Marietta, Ohio.
Got this big stout January bull calf the gentleman's brought out to us. Really rugged, really muscular individual, really masculine. Appreciate his added maturity right there through his front 1/3, really long spine. We'd like to pull this bull apart and deepen him up back in that rear ribbon flank. Probably make him a little neater and more correct in the angle out of his shoulder, but a really high quality single entry. Congratulations.
It's another single entry class on the percentage show, and a young man's got a red and white bull out here that's got some bone and foot to him. He's done a nice job in terms of his presentation out here. A bull that's developed nice in terms of his testicle size and the way those testicles hang underneath him. Perhaps he's a bull that's just not quite as attractive from the side. Like to maybe change him structurally and give him a notch more power if we could. But certainly a bull that a young man's done a nice job with.
Results of Class 14, your percentage Simmental Bulls. In first place goes to entry number 353 for KSC. Sorry for the wait. And 125, exhibited by Chris Kozel of Deckerville, Michigan. Your Class 15 results. In first place goes to entry number 354, PLB Chief, exhibited by Jackson Young of Madisonville, Kentucky.
Well, just two bulls in the fall class on the percentage side, but a really high quality individual to win the class. A bull that's got a presence about him. You see it in the herd bull look. He's got about his head and the crest that he's got in him already. A bull that's certainly nice in terms of size. You like him in terms of structure. He's deep in his rib. He's good in terms of his hip and the set of his hind leg. Just a real useful bull that's very flexible to win this class. The bull that comes next is long and extended and got some performance to him. This to like to change him in terms of his feet and legs.
This is your first call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls. First call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls.
This is your second call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls. Second call.
This is your third and final call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls. Hereford Bull entry number 187, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Really good class of bulls here, and their differences in the cattle. The bull that's going to win the class for us, and he does it perhaps when you get him on motion, and just the way he handles himself in terms of his top and his spine and his hind leg is the bull that's going to win the class. From the profile, he's the one that balances up well. He's got enough body to him. He's good in terms of testicle size. The main thing is when we ask the cattle to go, we just see him a little more flexible out of that hip and hock and a little more correct in terms of that top line and spine when we ask him to go. The powerful bull is the one that's in second. We absolutely love the width that he has to his chest, the width he's got down his back. He's big in terms of his hip and his overall stifle. He sets down wide from behind. Maybe he gets out on his structure a little bit when he goes. Maybe he's a little weak in terms of that loin right over his back when he takes a step. But in terms of this rib and muscle and power, there's a bull that can get a lot of use in a lot of cows. The bull that comes next is one that is sound and flexible in terms of his structure. When we analyze this bull from any angle, though, he's just a little flatter in terms of his shape. Like to see a little more stifle and depth of flank in him. On the Simmental side, another single entry bull, but a bull that is all right in terms of his type and kind. We don't mind him in terms of his center body and the depth to his heart and center body. And flank is nice. He's a bull that's good in terms of testicle size. He's got a herd bull look to him in terms of his head and his crest, like the way his neck gets up out of the top side of his shoulder. Maybe like to change him from hooks to pins and stouten him up a little bit at the ground. But you go to the paper on the bull, and he does offer some strengths in some different categories that read pretty nice there in terms of his progressiveness. He's got some cavities to him, and you go across there, he ranks, pretty much in breed average and more than half the traits, and that's a good thing. So again, congratulations to this exhibitor.
This is your second call, Class 23 and 24 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 23 and 24 Hereford Bulls. Your Class 17 results are your Spring Hereford Bull calves. In first place goes to entry number 170, SRF Mr. Punk, owned by Owen Loudabin of Bremen, Indiana. Second place went to entry number 171, BHF 2 Sensational 507N, exhibited by Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma. Your Class 18 results. In first place went to entry number 172, Clark Boys Cash River 625, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Second place went to entry number 173, GP Justified 456N, exhibited by Grass Pond Farm of Greendale, New Jersey. Congratulations, your champion Spring Bull calf goes to entry number 170, SRF Mr. Punk, exhibited by Owen Loudbin of Bremen, Indiana. Your reserve champion went to entry number 172, Clark Boys Cash River 625, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia.
Again, another single entry on the Simmental side. The older bull here, you do like his overall presence. He's a bull that's very attractive up through his front end, the way his neck comes out of the top side of his shoulder. Really admire him for his strength of top line, his squareness of hip. Set to his hind leg is really good for a bull of this age. You like his added length of side and extension. Again, he's a bull you get back out here and more compare him to. But one that's certainly useful in terms of his kind. He's flexible enough in terms of structure. Maybe like to see a little more depth of flank in him, but a really nice bull that can stand much more competition.
Attention to the barns. This is your first call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. First call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Additional results from your percentage Simmental bull show. Your Class 15 winner was exhibited by Jackson Young of Madisonville, Kentucky. Jackson exhibited entry 354, PLB Chief. Your Class 16 results. In first place, entry number 356, BKC Redeemed M89, owned and exhibited by Kylie Callis, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry number 180, Carlos, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Cutler, Indiana. Congratulations to your Division 3 champion bull. Went to entry number 356, BKC Redeemed M89, exhibited by Kylie Callis, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion went to entry number In your reserve, Division 3 champion went to entry number 180, Carlos, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Cutler, Indiana. Your Class 17 results in your Division 4 champion bull goes to entry number 359, C4 Recall 600M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Red River Farms of Rockwall, Texas. Your reserve champion, second place in Class 17, goes to entry number 362, TPHT Talkin' Smack M2H, exhibited by Golden J Farms, Top Hat Simmentals, and Talking Smack Group of Tupelo, Mississippi. Third place goes to entry number 361, Conley Stallion 430M, exhibited by J.S. Simmentals and Conley Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. Your Class 18 results. In first place in Division 5 champion goes to entry number 364, Wildy Dale Stoley on Ice, exhibited by Wildy Dale Simmentals and Classic Farms of Granville, Ohio. Your Class 19 results. A Division 6 champion bull goes to entry 365, TKCS BS Apollo Creed, exhibited by Grant Meyer of Cedricville, Missouri. Second call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. Since 2017, the American Simmental Association has recognized show animals of the year through its PTP Ring of Champions program. This program awards points to show animals for successes at the 6 major PTP shows, including the American Royal, the North American, Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, Fort Worth Stock Show, and the Dixie National. Today we would like to recognize the 2024 through 25 Ring of Champions winners and award their exhibitors with memorial banners. Winners, you are invited to come to the front of the ring to be honored. Your Grand Champion Percentage Bull of the Year went to GCC Next Generation 3105L, exhibited by Griswold Cattle, Hugh Cattle Company, and St. Germain Simmentals. Your Reserve Champion Percentage Bull of the Year went to OHL Live in the Dream 389-1L, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle, Griswold Cattle, Maple Lane Farms, and Ulrich's Cattle Company. Honorable Mention Percentage Bull of the Year went to RP CMFM Anti-Up K84, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock.
Well, on the percentage bull show, maybe not in the many in terms of numbers out here, but there's 3 particular individuals out here that all have a lot of good to them that we're considering for the Grand and Reserve Grand Division or lineup here. The fall calf is one that certainly drawn to just in terms of his quality. He's one that is the most flexible out here in terms of his correcting the shoulder angle, the way he flexes out of that knee, the way he handles himself out of the hip and the hock. He's really bold and good in terms of body depth and springer rib. He's well developed in terms of testicle size. Bull that offers a lot of quality from the side as well. And he's green. He's green in his shape, but he's still got a good turn and natural shape to his body. Bull that this puts a lot of good things together. And then the next 2 bulls that are in contention has probably come out of this next division here. I admire this bull here for his added strength of top line, his length of body, his overall presence and balance from the side. And then the reserve division champion in that lineup was loaded with muscle and dimension. Maybe like to see both of these bulls just reach out and go just a little more flexible, but certainly ones that's got tremendous amount of power and dimension. You like that about them as well. John will go show you the ones that we like here today.
Third and final call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. Your third and final call, Class 20, 21, 22, and 23 purebred Simmental bulls. Congratulations, your Grand Champion Percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 356, BKC Redeemed M89, exhibited by Kylie Callis, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Your reserve Grand Champion Percentage Simmental bull goes to entry number 359, C4 Recall 600M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Red River Farms of Rockwall, Texas. First call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. First call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. Results of Class 19 of your Junior Hereford Bull Calves. In first place with a weight of 889 pounds is entry 177, TVF Lucifer 4N, exhibited by Adam and Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland. Second place, entry number 180 with a weight of 1,015 pounds, CF Crazy Train 251N, exhibited by Braxton Carper of Vevey, Indiana. In third place, entry number 176, HTF Morgan Wallen 351N, exhibited by Hair Trigger Farm of Springfield, Tennessee. Your Class 20 results. In first place goes to entry number 183 with a weight of 1,050 pounds, KLL Bronc 2N, exhibited by Kyle Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. Second place with a weight of 1,236 pounds, entry number 187, Goon Mr. Nixon 1N, exhibited by Jack Bigoon of Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 186, JC Diamond 957ZN, exhibited by JC Cattle Company of Norman, Indiana. This is your first call, Class 24, 25, and 26 Purebred Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 24, 25, and 26 Purebred Simmental Bulls. This time, we'd also like to recognize and congratulate your premier exhibitor and premier breeder for your Percentage Simmental show. Congratulations, your premier exhibitor award goes to Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. We'd also like to congratulate your premier breeder goes to Josie and Wyatt Phillips. Congratulations once again to our Percentage Simmental exhibitors. We'd also like to recognize your Grand Champion Percentage Heifer of the Year through your PTP Ring of Champions program. went to UTE Princess 172L, exhibited by Brenna Bartlow and Adcock Land and Livestock. Your reserve champion percentage heifer of the year went to RP CMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. Honorable mention percentage heifer of the year went to RBS Blown Away L395, exhibited by Carver Pryor, and XTB Mona Lisa M22, exhibited by Tylee Elmore, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. This is your second call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. Please make your way to the makeup arena. This is your final call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. Final call, Class 25 and 26 Hereford Bulls. Hereford entry numbers 205 and 206. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 24, 25, and 26 purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 24, 25, and 26 purebred Simmental Bulls. Congratulations, your champion and junior bull calf of your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 183, KLL Bronc 2N, exhibited by Kyle Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 187, Goon Mr. Nixon 1N, exhibited by Jack Bigoon of Virginia. Your Class 21 results in also first place and your champion intermediate yearling bull goes to entry number 192, PRCC Freedom 437M, exhibited by Prairie Rose Cattle Company of Sherman, Illinois. Your Class 22 results in first place goes to entry number 195, Ramsey Pearl Snap 407, exhibited by Lena Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana. Your Class 23 results in first place goes to entry number 197, SLC 132 New Way 14M, exhibited by Corey Stumpf of Columbia, Illinois.
Nice class. These spring bulls come out to us. This bull that we're going to start with, I think, just from a balance and pattern standpoint, just overall general quality. He's the one that's the most up-headed. He's the longest and levelest in terms of his top line. Bullet's cleaner and trimmer about his sheath. He's not perfect in the way he wants to plant and drive off of his rear too, but just simply just so much more quality, balance, and look in him. The young lady's bullet too, another real high-performing individual. Really good turn to his rib shape. But he's just a little plainer and more mature about his head. We'd like to clean him up in terms of his sheath. We'd like to give that bull just more general muscle shape down low into his stifle to stifle area. Bullet's complete, but just doesn't do anything extra in any particular area. The bullet coming in next, just huge ribbed, really moderate, maybe a little earlier maturing in terms of his type and kind. We appreciate the practicality and functionality of this bull. He gets a little tangled up as he goes. He gets quite a bit plainer through that front 1/3 and in terms of his sheath. The bull we're going to conclude with, just not nearly enough of him today. He's just the least masculine, the least in terms of performance. He's the most concerning to me in terms of the way he wants to drive and playing off of his hind leg.
Third and final call, Class 24, 25, and 26 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 24, 25, and 26.
Really nice pair of bulls here, but the red bull, this suits us in terms of type and kind, the way he's developed and in the dimension that he has. And it starts up front. The bull's got some width to his chest. He's bold in his center body. He's powerful in terms of his hip and hind leg. He's a bull that's soft in terms of that mid rib and down into that flank, and gives you a nice balance and presence from the side. The black bull is actually one that's kind of intriguing when you look at the pay for a bull that offers some strengths there, and maybe of any animal that's come through the ring here today, reads as progressive on paper as any and still combines a quality look. When he asks this guy to go, that's where he gets into problem, the way he handles his hind leg, especially down to those two rear pasterns.
Final call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford bulls, please make your way to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford bulls, please make your way into the makeup arena.
Single entry over here in the Simmental side in a bull that we want to thank the young lady for being genomically enhanced, and it worked to her advantage. A Kevinese appearing bull on paper with some growth. He offers some top 15, 20% categories on down the line, and maternal characteristics. A bull that's really soft-sided, really long, square patterned, and square hipped. A beautiful set to his hind leg. Maybe not as overwhelming from a muscularity standpoint as some of the bulls we've seen previously, but a really complete, useful kind of an individual. Congratulations.
Results of Class 24 of your Junior Yearling Hereford Bulls in first place, and also your Champion Yearling Bull goes to entry number 203 with a weight of 1,969 pounds. Silo H18 Branston 2404, exhibited by Silo Creek Farm of New Windsor, Maryland, and Lane and Logan Cady of New Windsor, Maryland. Second place in your reserve champion goes to entry number 201 with a weight of 1,967 pounds. TVF Musketeer 3M, owned and exhibited by Adam and Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland. Third place goes to entry number 200, AHMMC In Demand 4887, exhibited by Peter and Laura Atkins of T, South Dakota, P&J Farms of Monroe, North Carolina, and Day Ridge Farm of Telford, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry number 202, exhibited by Kira Sayre of Illinois. Your Class 25 results of your Senior Yearling Hereford Bulls in first place goes to entry number 205, Ines Make Way 2324, exhibited by Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma.
Really nice class of bulls on this side, and I think the one that we land on, and we do so this for his completeness and his balance, his presence, and his overall structure correctness. A bull that's just more flexible when we get him out of his shoulder and down into his knee. He handles his hip and hock more correctly out here. Appreciate him for his added balance and length of side, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's just more relaxed and comfortable out here as we evaluate him. The bull in second is definitely packed full of meat and muscle. You like that about him. He's bold top. He's got a big hip in him. Sets down very correct from behind. He's a bull that maybe we ask him to go. It's not as flexible out of his shoulder or his hock. Like to change that in him. But he's a bull that does give you a nice balance from the side, and strength of top line is nice. Bull is packed full of meat and muscle here and does come to us with some genomic enhanced figures. But with that, he's a bull that's just a little too tight in terms of that spine and the way he gets his tail head out of him. Just like to change him from an overall structure standpoint.
Your Class 26 results of your 2-year-old Hereford Bulls in first place, and also your Champion Senior Bull goes to entry number 206 with a weight of 2,385 pounds. Double ML Joe Havoc 7L, owned and exhibited by Wilson Stock Farm of Kensington, Ohio, Morgan and Love of Baltimore, Ohio, Piper Cease of Thurmont, Maryland, and Todd Kim and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio. Congratulations, your reserve champion senior bull goes to entry number 205, Make Way 2324, owned and exhibited by Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma. Now entering the ring was the selection of your grand and reserve grand champion, Hereford Bull. Your Class 20 results of your purebred bulls born March through April of 2025. In first place in your Division 1 champion goes to entry number 175, CLO Nobleman 74 FN, exhibited by CLO Simmentals of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion and second place in class goes to entry number 172, Bates's Private Native 507N, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sabawing, Michigan. Third place goes to entry number 174, Images Phantom, exhibited by Double Image Cattle Company of Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 170, exhibited by Kelsey Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Your Class 21 results. In first place and also your Division 2 champion goes to entry number 369, Horseman Fire Away 513N, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company, Trenopole Farms, 3 Aces Show Cattle, and Napper Cattle of West Lafayette, Indiana. Second place in class and also your reserve Division 2 champion goes to entry number 176. STCC PCSC Viking 130N, exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Park Show Cattle of Middletown, Indiana.
Single entry over here on the Simmental side, and a very useful bull in his own right. Bull that's got a ton of presence to him. You like the added length that he has. He's very good in terms of structure and his flexibility and mobility out here. Gives you a nice herd bull presence as well. He's lean in his body condition and is blessed with a huge hair coat, so he is what he is. But the parts and pieces fit very well together on him. Then you go to the paper. He's a bull that reads very progressive in terms of his figures. Perhaps like to see him genomic enhanced, but with that, he's a bull that offers a lot of quality out here.
Congratulations, your grand champion Hereford Bull. Here's your 2025 North American. Goes to entry number 203, Silo H18 Branston 2404. Owned and exhibited by Silo Creek Farm of New Windsor, Maryland, and Lane and Logan Katie of New Windsor, Maryland. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Hereford Bull goes to entry number 206, Double ML Joe Havoc 7L, owned by Wilson Stock Farm of Kensington, Ohio, Morgan and Love of Baltimore, Ohio, Piper Cease of Third Bond, Maryland, and Todd, Kim, and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio. Congratulations once again to our Hereford Bull exhibitors.
Well, on the Simmental side, I think there's trade-off here between the bull and first and second. We can combine some of the things off both these bulls. We'd really like it. I think the bull that needs to win is the bull in the black bull. This in terms of his balance and eye appeal and correctness. He's got a lot of quality up through his front end. He's good in terms of his top line. He's really good from hooks to pins and the way his tail head lays in his body. His bull has got a lot of length of sight to him. He's sound enough in terms of structure when he goes. Genetically, he's a bull that offers a nice spread from birth to yearling in terms of his figures, and you like that about him. Both of these bulls have been genomic enhanced, and that's certainly a good deal. And they're both really very progressive in terms of the figures. The young lady's bull that comes around second, we absolutely love the rib and the body and the substance that this bull has in his mid-rib and depth of flank. He's very good in terms of testicle size. This bull is a little easier in his top, and at the same time his tail head maybe gets up and out of him some. Like to maybe seem just a shot wider in terms of real muscle shape from behind, but that's a bull that's sound enough in terms of structure, like his rib and body. The bull that's packed full of meat and muscle is the one here in third. You like his top shape. Got a good shape to his stifle, but with that added muscle, it kind of goes with his type and kind. He's a bull that this needs to be more flexible as he gets out and goes.
All champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental bulls, please make your way to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental bulls, please make your way into the makeup arena. We'd also like to congratulate your premier breeder here in your 2025 North American Hereford Show. Goes to Ben Ryan Jensen of Cortland, Kansas. Congratulations, your premier exhibitor goes to Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Congratulations once again to our Hereford exhibitors.
The older bull, as he gets out here, certainly admire this guy for his freshness and the management that's gone into a bull that weighs 2,700 pounds to still come out here and after being here a while here in Louisville, be this flexible and the way he gets out and goes and holds himself together out here. A bull that you love his presence, his length, his performance, his dimension. He's bold topped, he's big hipped, he's good in terms of testicle size. Then you just admire his overall structure, integrity, the way he gets out of his shoulder, the way he handles that hip and hind leg. This is a high quality individual to win this class.
This is your first call, Class 27, 28, and 29, purebred Simmental's first call, Class 27, 28, and 29. Your Class 22 results of your purebred Simmental bulls born November of 2024. In first place goes to entry number 178, Wildydale Big Red, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth, Wildydale Simmentals, and West Point Cattle of Granville, Ohio. Your Class 23 results and also your champion Division 3 bull goes to entry number 184, J-Sol on the Rock 4651M, exhibited by J.S. Simmentals of Maxwell, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 183, CLO Mandate 6DM, exhibited by CLO Simmentals of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry number 179, How Has Been on Me, exhibited by Richard Howe of Yorktown, Indiana. Congratulations to your Division 3 Reserve Champion. Goes to entry number 178, Wildydale Big Red, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth, Wildydale Simmentals, and West Point Cattle of Granville, Ohio. Your Class 24 results in Champion Division 4 Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry number 186, Mr. CCF Dirty South, exhibited by CNC Farms of Jefferson, Georgia. Your Class 25 results in first place and also your Champion Division 5 Purebred Simmental Bull goes to entry number 191, STCC Bluegrass 114M, exhibited by Trenopole Farms, Clap Farms, Haw Cattle, Golden J Farms, Sleepy Hollow, and Twin Creek of Middletown, Indiana. In second place, and also your reserve champion, goes to entry number 189, Silverado Rawhide M424, exhibited by Silverado Cattle Company of Virginia. Third place in Class 25 goes to entry number 190, exhibited by Ethan Graber of Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Your Class 26 results and also your Division 6 champion, Purebred Simmental Bull, goes to entry number 195, Pays to Win, exhibited by Rodney Parson and Shricks Simmentals of Graysville, Pennsylvania. This is your second call, Class 27, 28, and 29 purebred Simmental females. Second call, Class 27, 28, and 29.
We come to the end of the bull show here, and it's been a good one. We've got lots of variation in terms of breeding flexibility, I guess, if you will, for those of you breeders. You've got access to genetics in terms of pedigree-wise that Kyle and I wouldn't probably know or don't have to. But, look at the data. The breeders that stand behind these bulls. So we want to commend all of them for taking the time and investment to bring their genetics forward and keep this program moving. And started down here with this calf that the young man brought. So good looking and so long spine, really, really correct off of his hip and out of his hooks and pins. Maybe he doesn't want to get out and go down low in terms of his hind leg as good as some of the others, but an outstanding build and just in terms of his presence and balance. One that Kyle and I are drawn to a lot just in terms of his balance and his completeness. The Red Bull is just so attractive through that front 1/3. Love the added capacity and rib shape and design and boldness he has from that standpoint. So long and square and yet even just dead level from hooks to pins. Got a beautiful hind leg set there underneath him. The next bull in line, again, long and extended. We admire him for his added freshness. Today probably just doesn't run up here and get enough in terms of just general mass and substance. Maybe we'd like to see him a little fuller down low from stifle to stifle. The Baldy Bull, just really complete, useful kind of an individual that probably represents more of what Kyle and I would sell from a commercial bull standpoint. This bull's got true rib shape and design, muscularity, true attractiveness and balance. He's complete. We talked about him in that particular division, how flat and smooth his bone work is. A bull comes to us extremely fresh in terms of his condition as well. The junior yearling bull, just in terms of his added mass, the bull that maybe we'd like to soften him up if I'd like to change him. But with that bull is just overwhelming in terms of his general substance and dimension, a muscle down his top, out of his hip, and you can see that on his scale card. He was the heaviest one in that particular class and division, even though maybe physically he wouldn't look like that. Tells you how much density and mass and muscle is with that. The senior champion bull, just extremely impressive for an individual to be that good in terms of his wheels, his knee, his foot at the ground, his hip and hind leg, his added flexibility, so fresh in the way that the gentleman's got him presented to us. A really long, loose spine, square-hipped individual. An outstanding bull show. Again, it's an honor for Kyle and I to be here. We'll go show you the two that we like.
This is your third and final call, class 27, 28, and 29, purebred Simmental females. Third and final call, class 27, 28, and 29. This is your first call, class 30. First call, class 30. Congratulations, your grand champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 195, Pays to Win, exhibited by Rodney Parson in Trick Simmental of Graceville, Pennsylvania. Your reserve grand champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 369, Horseman Fire Away 513N, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company, Trenopole Farms, 3 Aces Show Cattle, Napper Cattle, and Diamond J. Simmentals of West Lafayette, Indiana. Second call, class 30, purebred Simmentals. Second call, class 30.
Really commend both of these exhibitors for bringing these pairs out here. But I think the functional line draws in the red pair here, this one you start to analyze this female in terms of her broodiness and her cow look, udder quality, and the way that udder's hinged underneath her. Her bull calf's built the same as her in terms of balance and design. He's loaded with thickness and dimension and rib, just really like the usefulness of that pair. The black pair that comes next is one that's got a nice look from the side up through her front end, female that's strong in terms of her top line, maybe not quite as useful in terms of that udder quality, and maybe like to give her more lower third if we could. And you see it's kind of transmitted into that calf, like to soften her up if we could as well, see her more flexible as she goes.
Results of Class 27 of your purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs. In first place, and also your grand champion purebred Simmental pair, goes to entry number 200, MR Sassy Sister, 70H, exhibited by West Point Cattle and Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 202 and your reserve grand champion purebred Simmental pair, CLO How to Do It Right, 56FH, exhibited by Orchard Acres of Brandon, Wisconsin. This is your third and final call in Class 30, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 30. Since 2017, the American Simmental Association has recognized show animals of the year through its PTP Ring of Champions program. This program awards points to its show animals for successes at the 6 major PTP shows: the American Royal, North American, Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, Fort Worth Stock Show, and the Dixie National. We'd like to recognize your grand champion purebred bull of the year was OBCC GSC College Player C13K, exhibited by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Gerd Show Cattle, XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, B&K Farms, and Ivy & Sons Simmentals. Your reserve champion purebred bull of the year went to GCC Night Owl 3104L, exhibited by Griswold Cattle, Maple Lane Farms, and Hoff Cattle Company. Honorable mention purebred bull of the year went to SBC Resurrection 115L, exhibited by Stevens Beef Cattle and Lily Wilkins. We'd also like to recognize your grand champion purebred heifer of the year, Everhart's Brandy, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. Your reserve champion purebred heifer of the year went to CCS JS LFTZ Summer L378, exhibited by Brody Winnell. Honorable mention purebred heifer of the year was J. Sol Proud Mary 3654L, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock. Congratulations to our PTP Points Award winners. Attention to all of our exhibitors and their families. Don't forget, if you're looking for quality photos or videos of all the events of the 2025 North American, be sure to check out lindy.shootproof.com to check out all those amazing photos from Lindy and her team of awesome photographers. Once again, be sure to visit lindy.shootproof.com. First call, Class 31, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 31.
Really nice way to start the class here with a heifer calf that's got a lot of quality to her. It starts up at her nose, and the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's a flat-shouldered female that's good in terms of her top line. You like the angle that she's got to her center rib and the way her underline transitions back into her flank. She's nice in terms of her joints, and her bone work is good. She gets out and goes good enough in terms of flexibility. We get into another pair of cattle here in 2 and 3. There's a little contrasting. We prefer to go with a heifer that's got a little more width of chest. She's a little bolder in terms of her center body. You actually get on top of the 2 cattle, and she's blessed with more thickness down her top and more width through her pins. The heifer that comes next is one that gives you a nice balance from the side. She's very angular and extended up through that front end. It maybe works to her disadvantage. Maybe this like to strengthen her up in terms of her jaw and give her a little more chest width. And maybe this see her blessed a little wider gauged all the way through, but she gives you a nice balance from the side. Then we come into a black baldy heifer here that's not feeling the best today. Heifer that just like to change her structurally if we could off those hind 2 and the way she handles that hip.
Results of Class 28 of your purebred Simmental heifers born May of 2025. In first place goes to entry number 3, Diamond J. Remy, 44N, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 2, RF Princess, N411, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Third place goes to entry number 1, Diamond J. Sparkle, 123N, exhibited by Abby Jones of Anna, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry number 4, exhibited by Tyler Lundy of Bardstown, Kentucky. Now entering the ring is Class 29 of your purebred Simmental heifers, born April of 2025. This is your second call, Class 31, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, Class 31.
Three really high quality heifer calves that the ladies have brought out here to us. But we think the ball face heifer here needs to win that we got up here in the front just in terms of her elegance, her femininity, combined with her added structural integrity. She's laid back correct in the angle of her shoulder, so fresh and youthful in terms of her type and kind. So long and level in terms of her lines. Beautiful hip and hind leg set. No doubt the heifer in two is bolder, deeper, and more uniform in terms of her body depth. But a female that maybe, I know it's a little hard for me to describe it, a little bit higher in the way her twist ties into her body as you get in behind her. But a female that's so attractive up through that front 1/3. And again, so much rib depth from the top of her spine to the base of her navel there. We just like to give that one a little more dimensional shape. Heifer that's going to conclude the class, again, a super attractive, really well balanced individual. I think today, Kyle and I just don't think there's nearly enough of her from a dimension and three-dimensional standpoint of boldness of body, dimension of muscle, and width as she comes and goes. Congratulations on a nice trio.
Third and final call, Class 31. Third and final call, Class 31, purebred Simmentals. Your first call, Class 32. First call, Class 32. Purebred Simmental entry number 46, please make your way to the makeup arena. Purebred Simmental entry number 46 to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 32. Second call, Class 32, Purebred Simmental heifers. Your Class 29 results of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 8, Diamond J. Bams, 493N, exhibited by Caleb Claggett of Blooming Grove, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 16, J. Saul Rosie, 5357N, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Granville, Ohio. Third place went to entry number 17, Angels Envy, 245N, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Third and final call, Class 32. Third and final call, Class 32, purebred Simmental heifers.
Really quality class females, and then apologize for taking a little more time, but I know the time and effort that these exhibitors and breeders have put into these cattle, and it's up to us to give them an honest opinion and a fair evaluation out here, and I feel that's what we've done. The heifer that's going to win the class does so this in terms of type and kind, the youthfulness, freshness, and just quality. I just love the youthfulness that this heifer offers up through her head and neck. She's good in terms of her size, but she balances up so well from the side in terms of her lines. I think her body capacity matches her youthfulness and maturity level very good. She's a female that's very good in terms of her bone work. She's very good in terms of her hip and her hind leg set. Female, this gives you a killer look from the side when you analyze her, up through her head, the shape of her ear, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. The heifer that comes next is one that is very good from the side in terms of this dimension. You love the depth that she has. She's a female that's got a lot of dimension when you analyze her up through her chest. A heifer that's maybe a little narrower tracking when you get right in behind her. A heifer that's maybe not quite as youthful or fresh conditioned is the one that goes directly ahead of her, but a very, very good heifer there that's in second. Like a lot of things about the red heifer, she's a heifer that's got big rib cage in her. She's very youthful in terms of her appearance. She's strong down her top. She's a female that maybe doesn't balance up quite as well in terms of chest floor relative to the ones that are directly ahead of her. But certainly there's a female that's good down her top. She's got a good center body to her. She's right in terms of her type and kind. The heifer that's got a great future to her is the one that comes in fourth. We believe this heifer's maybe as good in terms of her feet and legs and structure and the way she gets out and goes as much as any of them out here. Really long-sided, really extended, later maturing heifer. One to watch. The more she matures and continues to put on pounds, she's going to get better as she goes. Young man's heifer that comes next is stout and powerful, and you like that about her. We just saw her as one that got up in the middle of her back just a little bit. She's a little more straight in terms of that shoulder, and like to see her a little more flexible as she gets out and goes. But in terms of body and stoutness, you do like that heifer. Big-bodied kind of heifer that comes next, and you like that about her. Female that's soft in terms of that mid-rib and back into that flank. She's got plenty of dimension. Young lady's doing a nice job in terms of her overall presentation out here. Give her a big round of applause. A heifer, as when you get analyze her from the side, she's just a little plainer in the way she's designed. Heifer that comes next is one that's got some power to her. She's got some top, some hip, some body to her. This not quite as flexible as she gets out and goes. Maybe like to lengthen her out if we could. And we've got some really good heifers from there on down. Heifers that maybe just aren't quite as good in terms of that structure design. And the two heifers around out the class, just like to give them a little more dimension and power all the way through.
First call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 33. Results of class number 30 of your purebred Simmental heifers born March of 2025. In first place is entry number 35, J-Sol Roxy 5521N, exhibited by Circle T, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Waukomis, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 29, SNS Nadia 5038N, exhibited by Addison Fennick of Coldwater, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 34, RRF Loving the Prophet 37N, exhibited by Red River Farms and Paisley Siemens of Grand Saline, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry number 20, exhibited by Red River Farms and Addison Bartlow of Grand Saline, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry number 22, Seth Myring of Alliance, Nebraska. Sixth place goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Blakely Lemon. Seventh place goes to entry number 39, exhibited by Clayton Landis. Eighth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Jalen Burke. Ninth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Hadley Benter. 10th place, entry number 30, exhibited by Lindley McAllister. 11th place, entry number 27, exhibited by Walker Cobble. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Division I champion and reserve champion females.
Well, really nice presentation of some high quality, attractive, striking females that all come out of these particular classes. We get them back out here. You can see a presence and a design and a functionality standpoint in these cattle. But as we get them back out here and evaluate them, there was such quality out of that third class. We're going to keep those two females together for your Grand Reserve. This really even though they're not exactly the same, we think that there's a quality level in those females that is hard to part with. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division I champion female goes to entry number 35, Chainsaw Roxy 5521N, exhibited by Circle T, XTB Cattle Co., and Elmore Cattle Services of Wacomas, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 29, SNS Nadia 5038N, exhibited by Addison Finnick of Coldwater, Ohio. This is your second call, Class 33. Second call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifers. Purebred Simmental entry number 67 and 72. Please report to the makeup arena. First call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 34. This is your third and final call, Class 33. Third and final call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifers.
really nice class of females, but we do feel that we need to start with the Baldy heifer in terms of combination, in terms of presence and design and body and capacity, and just a brood cow look, very flexible and mobile in terms of her structure, and a female that we just love the sweep of her center body and depth back into her flank. Again, one that's fresh in terms of body condition and parts and pieces balance up well. We read her to be a little more broodier design kind of female than the one here in second. The one here in second's got a great presence to her. She probably comes in here second just in terms of her flexibility. One that we find very sound out of her shoulder and the way she handles her hip and hind leg. When you get off to the side of this one, she's not quite as robust in terms of center body relative to her added frame size. She's going to be a big female when she gets out and goes, but we do like her balance, her design, her quality to go second. The one here in third is maybe a little more sensible sized and maybe this a little more capacious in terms of center body, but perhaps not quite the look and balance, the design of the heifer that goes directly ahead of her. Heifer we like the quality in comes here next, very fresh and elegant up through that front end. Heifer this like to change her in the way she goes off her hind leg there into her hock and down into her pastern and even out of her shoulder. Like to see her reach a little more correctly. Same could be said for the next cattle that come around in terms of structure. Female here, this like to loosen her up as she goes. She's got plenty of muscle that's working against her in the wrong direction. Same for the heifer that comes next. One that's youthful in terms of her appearance, just gets a little tight in that hip and down into that pastern and hock there. The heifer that comes next is long-sided. You like her strength, the top line she has. Again, just not quite as much performance and stoutness. And then we come into a pair of cattle, too, that are a little shallower bodied, and this need to be looser structured.
Second call, Class 34, purebred Simmental. Second call, Class 34. Your Class 31 results of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes entry number 49, J. Saul Special Rosie, 5491N, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Second place goes entry number 41, TRCC Prudent, 505N, exhibited by Glennies McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 51, exhibited by Genevieve Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 144, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 43, exhibited by Double Image Cattle Co. of Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 47, Laney McAllister. Seventh place, entry number 57, Riley Mears. Eighth place, entry number 56, Cassidy Gabbard. Ninth place, entry number 58, Kaling Simmental. This is your third and final call, Class 34. Third and final call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers.
Well, just a tremendous pair of females in this class, and the quality levels is really high. Really like the way this heifer's put together, especially when the young lady gets her parked. Heifer that this really blends her parts and pieces well. Love the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's clean down in that chest. She transitions back into a beautiful rib cage and flank. She's very sound at the ground in terms of her feet and legs. Where we'd change this heifer maybe on soundness, and what makes it close for us in the pair is when you analyze her down our top line and behind her shoulders, we probably see that advantage to the young lady's heifer here. This and the way she flexes and goes, the way she maintains her top line. This heifer, this gives us a little harder look here today. The young lady's doing the best she can with her. That heifer's extremely good. Sound, deep, maternal. She's big and long. She's powerful. She's going to be a high-performing kind of cow. But we think two really good females there. She's maybe a little off in terms of the hip relative to the one that went directly ahead of her. Maybe doesn't blend or transition quite as nice from chest floor to neck as the one that won the class. But that's a tremendous heifer that goes second. Maybe the heifer here that is the heifer here that reads the highest in terms of her marbling EPD that we've seen out here today. And yet she blends it together very nice in terms of a balance standpoint. She's sounder structured than is the red heifer that comes next. Love her balance, her design, the correctness is very good. Young lady's got a good red heifer as well, especially on the standstill. She's got some body and volume to her. She's got some thickness and power. Just when we analyze her out of that hind leg and down to that pastern, just like to see her more flexible. And the black and white heifer that rounds out the class is sound enough in terms of her structure. A heifer that's maybe doesn't have quite the capacity in a lower third or back into that stifle is the cattle directly ahead of her.
Results of Class 32 of your purebred Simmental heifers born of January 2025. In first place goes to entry number 66, J. Saul Rosie, 5358N, exhibited by Blake Kitzmiller of Kaiser, West Virginia. Second place goes to entry number 74, Ag She's a Sweet Deal, 288N, exhibited by Mila Mills of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry number 60, PMTM ECS Nova N121, exhibited by Hank Hansa, XTB Cattle, and Elmore Cattle Services of Waukomis, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry number 61, exhibited by Emma Henningfield of Franksville, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 64, exhibited by Bars Cattle Company of Pierce, Nebraska. First call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 35.
Well, our two class winners and seconds come out here, and certainly we're still impressed with the quality and the type and kind that we have. Females that are flexible in terms of their structure, they're built right in terms of the rib cage. They look like they're going to be tremendous broody females that not only going to make nice show heifer projects for these exhibitors, but they got the right cow character to go out and be productive in terms of broodiness and donor potential. But we do think there's a female out here in our mind that kind of blends the phenotype together with the right size, the right performance, the right muscle shape. This her balance and quality level. This sets her apart. The young lady in red here is going to be your division champion. Congratulations.
It's your second call, Class 35, purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 35.
As the second place comes back in here, this briefly describe the cattle. We just really like the balance and the type and kind of the young man's heifer in terms of the strength of her top, the way she comes out of her forerib and depth that she's got to her center body. It's really good in terms of that flank. Gives you a really elite look in terms of length of hip and set to hind leg. Just very well balanced. Young lady's heifer is very attractive as well. They love this heifer, especially when she gets out on the move. A heifer that's long and extended, a heifer that's got a lot of hair on her as well too. As you analyze her in terms of balance, right here today, she's a little higher in terms of that top of that hip relative to the top of her shoulder, and you see it there as she kind of comes down into herself from hip to shoulder blade. But again, that's being very critical of an extremely high quality heifer. Again, nothing to take away from the one that was second out of the first class as well. Very sound and very attractive. But we're going to go with the young man's heifer for reserve champion. Congratulations.
And your Division II champion, purebred Simmental female, goes to entry number 66, Jason Rosie, 5358N, exhibited by Blake Kitzmiller of Kaiser, West Virginia. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 49, Jason Special Rosie, 5491N, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana. Now entering the ring is Class 33 of your purebred Simmental heifers, born November through December of 2024. This is your third and final call, Class 35. Third and final call, Class 35 Simmentals. First call, class 36. First call, class 36, purebred Simmentals.
Incredible class of these heifer calves the exhibitors have brought out to us here. This top trio is just really, really high quality, but I think this heifer that we're going to start with kind of raises the bar from just an overall level of quality. I think this heifer is just so complete. She's sensibly sized, yet heavy in terms of her performance. This heifer just balances up and just fits together so good here on the profile. She is so ladylike about her face and her head and her neck, and just from her shoulders back just expands and explodes, and so much rib shape and dimension, so much true body shape and cavity back into her flank. Love her off of her hip and her hind leg, and then just an added bonus, you turn to the paper, she might be as good a numbered one as we've had the opportunity to evaluate today in terms of her balance, and she's genomically enhanced as well. We appreciate that about her. Here's a high growth, heavy maternal individual that's still right in terms of her moderation of size and maternal characteristics. We love the look and balance of the heifer that's in two here. From the top of her blade to the back from her hooks to her pins, she's so long and so extended. Again, so uniform in terms of her body depth. She's probably not quite as elegant through her front 1/3 in terms of her freshness on the side and the base of her neck as our class winner. Where I want to get critical on this one a little bit more than I maybe should is just she's just a nickel short in terms of filling her tracks as she goes. We'd like to see her get out and reach just a nickel more. No doubt, the heifer that's got as much substance and dimension and muscle, structure, and stoutness to the ground. The gentleman's heifer here in 3. She is just so long and extended, so up-headed and long from her shoulders forward. She probably doesn't have the forerib and the heart capacity of our class winner, doesn't have as much true body depth back into her rear rib and flank. But that heifer's got lots of quality, lots of breeding characteristics that'll be good to go in the future. The Baldy coming around again, just got into an extremely tough class here. She balances up good enough, probably doesn't get out and go with enough structural integrity or authority there. The next pair of heifers just don't get out and move near as easy as Kai and I like to see them, not nearly as attractive and coordinated and functional off the set and travel of their rear hind leg. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Second call, class 36, purebred Simmental. Second call, class 36. Back tag entry number 99 of your purebred Simmentals. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Purebred Simmental entry number 99 to the makeup arena. Results of Class 33 of your purebred Simmental heifers born November through December of 2024. In first place goes to entry number 82, WHF Delilah 456M, exhibited by Ann Lawrence Allen of Versailles, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry number 77, J. Saul Stunner Rose 4774M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry number 76, 3S Rita 448M, exhibited by Kaylee Cobble of Decatur, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry number 81, exhibited by Elena Nesprensko and Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Jefferson, Ohio. Fifth place entry number 78, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Sixth place entry number 79, exhibited by Bryson Hopf.
As we get into the next class here, two females are going to sort the way to the top. The main difference for us is we just find more rib and body and capacity in the red heifer, perhaps. Both of these heifers give you a different kind of look. Some people might say that the black one's maybe a little more striking up through her front end. Maybe this a little more experienced showman is kind of getting that done too. But I think when you analyze a cattle from the shoulder back, in terms of the way they flex out of their hind leg, the amount of center body they have, and the depth of flank, I think that's where the red heifer comes to the top. I like the way the black heifer gets her neck out of her shoulder. She lays in good at the point of the shoulder. From there back, she's long-sided, she's strong-topped. This maybe like to drop her down in that lower third, see her just a little more flexible out of her hip and down into that rear pastern. The heifer coming around next is sensible size, moderate framed, and has some body and capacity to her. She's a little more tight in terms of that middle, right in the middle of her back. You will see it in terms of the way she gets her tail head, but it all starts down at the ground on her feet and legs. Like to see her little sounder there. Same for the heifer that rounds out the class. Heifer that's certainly clean enough up through her front end, but from her shoulder back. Like to see more cattle there and see her a little sounder in terms of structure.
Third and final call, Class 36, purebred Simmentals, third and final call, Class 36. Your Class 34 results of your purebred Simmentals born September through October of 2024. In first place is entry number 86, WHF Delilah 415M, exhibited by Maylee Hopper of Macy, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 89, CLR WTR Lots of Love M422F, exhibited by James Jackson and Vishlaj Simmentals of Paris, Kentucky. Third place goes to entry number 90, NAHF Miss Sam 422M, exhibited by Sadie Jackson and Clearwater Simmentals of Paris, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry number 91, exhibited by Ada Schulenberg of Sharpsville, Indiana. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Division III champion purebred Simmental female.
Well, I tell you what, folks, what a great division, and then what a great class we had out of that first class in this division. Super competitive. It's so fun to see those cattle come back out here, and as you judge them and they keep coming at you, you learn more about them. And I think every time through the ring, this young lady's heifer here, we just keep getting more and more attracted to her. She just grows on you. She's awfully good. So maternal in her kind, so sound in terms of structure, so uniform in terms of body depth. She's got that angularity to her that you love. She's so good down her top line and her hip and her spine is so right. She's beautiful headed, just a really good female. A lot of nice things to say about the one that was second to her as well in terms of lines and presence and quality. We're going to keep those two heifers together. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division III champion purebred Simmental female goes to entry number 82. WHF Delilah 456M, exhibited by Ann Lawrence Allen of Versailles, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 77, and J. Saul Stunner Rose 4774M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and Pay Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. First call, Class 37. First call, Class 37 purebred Simmental heifers. Purebred Simmental entry number 113, please make your way to the makeup arena. Purebred Simmental entry number 113 to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 37. Second call, Class 37 Purebred Simmentals. This is your first call, Class 38. First call, Class 38. Third and final call, Class 37. Third and final call, Class 37 Purebred Simmentals.
Well, just a really good class of cattle all the way through. I think we got a really nice place to start with a heifer that's got an elite look to her up through her front end. She's good in terms of her body condition, but I mean, she's not a heifer that's so fresh that she doesn't have some doability to her. She's still got plenty of width of chest and depth of heart. Center body's good on her. A heifer that's flexible in terms of her structure. Really like that top line when she gets out and goes on the move, nice and strong as she goes. The heifer that comes next is one that's really sensible size. She's big-bodied. She's really powerful in terms of her shape. She's good in terms of her structure as well. We just see a little more elite look in this one, perhaps, in terms of balance and eye appeal than the one here in the third. The one here in third, there's not a whole lot wrong with her. I mean, she's a good heifer. She's sound. She's moderate. She's got plenty of capacity to her. Maybe from her shoulder forward, not quite as neat a look up through that front 1/3 that we see in those first two. A heifer that's maybe this a little tighter in terms of her back as she goes, but that's a really good heifer that's plenty flexible, plenty of dimension and power. Little greener conditioned heifer that comes next that just like to gauge a little wider if we could, but certainly sound enough in terms of structure, gives you enough balance and eye appeal from the side. Real powerfully made heifer that comes next, big and bold topped, powerful in terms of hip, but that muscle kind of works to her disadvantage in terms of overall female quality and structure correctness.
Second call, Class 38, Purebred Simmental. Second call, Class 38. Results of Class number 35 of your Purebred Simmental heifers. In first place in your Division 4 champion female goes to entry number 94, BCR Time to Shine M123, exhibited by Brent Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place and also your reserve champion goes to entry number 98, Miss 3 Aces TL Stella 504M, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Blounsville, Alabama. Third place to entry number 96, J Salt Butter Up 4369M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry number 95, was exhibited by Megan Brown and XTB Cattle Company of Greenville, Texas. Fifth place, entry number 99, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth, West Point Cattle, and Ferguson Cattle Company of Granville, Ohio. Third and final call, Class 38. Third and final call, Class 38, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 39, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 39.
Well, what a great class of females, and the depth goes all the way through. There's differences in the cattle, but these cattle are so elite. Always think when they get to this quality and they're this good, you talk about the good things in them. That's how we stay more positive as breeders and more enthused about what we're doing. And I think the heifer that's going to win the class comes to us and is so nicely made. She's beautiful in terms of structure. She's up-headed. Her neck comes out of her shoulder well. She's the fresher conditioned heifer of the pair. She's stronger in terms of her top line of the pair of heifers that are out here. Those are probably the biggest differences that we see as we evaluate the cattle is this. When you analyze them from shoulder to hip, there's more strength of top line in this heifer. The way she comes at right there, I mean, she gives you a tremendous look from the side. Again, all the body and capacity, you do one-on-one. She's good in terms of her feet and legs, her toes straight ahead up front. Just a high-quality heifer there to win this class. Love the rib, the body, the softness, the flexibility. All those are huge advantages, or not so much advantages, but positives in the heifer that is second here. They're really dimensional, robust in terms of her shape. Just love the cow power that she has. Compared to the heifer that goes directly ahead of her, maybe from her shoulder forward, not quite as elite. And then you analyze her from hip to shoulder blade, maybe drops down there a little bit downhill. But that's being extremely critical of a high-quality heifer. But when you're going to stand second in a class of this quality, those are the differences that we see and how we separated the pair. Like a lot of things about the heifer that comes next in terms of length, side, from nose to tail, a heifer that's good in terms of her structure. Young lady does a nice job showing her. Compared to the heifer that's go directly ahead of her, not as robust or pull apart as the other cattle, but certainly you love her soundness of structure, the length of body that she has. A heifer that's very complete and very sound, and the one that we like a lot of things in is the one here in second. We just like to see more of her in every direction, up front, to the side, or behind. But in terms of flexibility and structure, we did see advantage there over the one that comes next. The one next is definitely longer. She's more extended. She's bigger top. She's bigger hipped. She's a little rounder in terms of that shoulder, and that transitions back into her rib cage. She's a little rounder in terms of her rib. Like to see her more flexible off that hock as she goes. Bigger framed heifer that comes next, a little more straight and upright in terms of that shoulder. You see it there as she goes. She's certainly got enough capacity and stoutness to her. Maybe like to lengthen her out from the side, see a little more angle there in the shoulder. Same for the heifer that comes next. This like to see this heifer more flexible as she goes, but certainly she's got more body, volume, and capacity than the next two that come. Young man's got a good heifer that's long-sided and extended that comes next. Like to see her a little more dimensional in that lower third, a little more flexible off those hind two. And same with the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. Strong topped and it's got some muscle to her. Just like to lengthen her out and make her more maternal and sounder in terms of structure.
Second call, Class 39, purebred Simmental heifer. Second call, Class 39. Third and final call, Class 39, purebred Simmental's third and final call, Class 39. Your Class 36 results in your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes entry number 109, JMSC Revlon 408M, exhibited by Chloe Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place goes entry number 106, UDE Brittany Haley 220M, exhibited by Lily Logan of Spring, Texas. Third place, entry number 102, Bailey's Bianca 432M, exhibited by Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 105, exhibited by Hallie Elrod of Talmo, Georgia. Fifth place, entry number 112, exhibited by Kaylee Cobble of Decatur, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop. Seventh place, entry number 114, exhibited by Piper Shepard. Eighth place, entry number 111, exhibited by Owen Smith. And entry number 110 was ninth, exhibited by Amber Morris of Indiana.
Well, what an outstanding class and really an outstanding trio of cattle that are up here on the top. But, I mean, John and I probably never wavered off this heifer that wins the class. This, in terms of the way she's built and their soundness of structure, gives you an elite look from the side. So good in terms of her forerib and her center body and back into her flank. Very flexible as she gets out and goes. She always sets up, and this gives you one heck of a look from the side. Outstanding place to start in a really nice broody cow prospect. We really like the femininity and the cow look and the cow quality of the one here in second. Starts up in her face, the shape of her ear, the way her eye lays into her. She's flat-necked, she's long-sided, she's strong-topped. We really like the fact of how they fitted their underline there, showed off how high quality of teat and the udder quality that one's going to have. She's really flexible in terms of her structure, and that's the main advantage that gets her over the one here in third. Maybe not quite as dimension and elite look as the one that went directly ahead of her, but that's one heck of a heifer there that stands second in a tough class. The heifer here in third is massive and bold and dense. You like those things about her. Just not as ladylike as the heifer that goes directly ahead of her in terms of muscle pattern and this overall design. The heifer that comes next, straight and strong in terms of top line, you like that about her. She's got more length of hip and length of side than the one that comes next. Again, maybe not as quite as robust or deep in terms of the depth of side as the one that went ahead of her. But certainly a heifer that's high quality. She's got that added length of hip and length of side. The heifer that's next is fresh in terms of her condition. You like that about her. She's presented nice out here. A little shorter sided and wants to get up a little bit in terms of her top. Just not quite as balanced and overall has that added length that we see in some of the other cattle that go ahead of her. We come into a heifer here that just like to see more lower third into her, maybe see her a little more flexible as she goes, and same for the two remaining cattle. They're big frame cattle, they're high performance cattle, but with that performance, we'd like to see it work into a little sounder structure as these two cattle get out and go.
First call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental heifers, please make your way to the makeup arena. First call, all champion and reserve champion and purebred Simmental heifers, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 37 of your purebred Simmental heifers, born March of 2024. In first place is entry number 135, J-Sol Rosie, 4288M, exhibited by Carly Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 127, J-Sol JBSF Martini, 325M, exhibited by Kennedy Eifling of Highmore, South Dakota. Third place goes to entry number 121, J-Sol Sweet Honey, 4362M, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry number 130, exhibited by Claire Nibe of Mulrose, Iowa. Fifth place, entry number 32, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Sixth place, entry number 116, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sebawing, Michigan. Seventh place, entry number 120, exhibited by Addison Bartlow and Adcock Land and Livestock of Illinois. Eighth place, entry number 122, exhibited by Aiden DeShields of Indiana. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 38 of your purebred Simmental heifers, born January through February of 2024.
Again, just a heifer that surfaces in this class quite nicely in terms of this, her presence, her broodiness, her freshness, her body condition, her soundness of structure, and one that when she comes into production, the way that rib shape's designed and the way that udder looks like it's going to fall in there under that flank, just going to be a model of a cow. So fresh and elegant up through that front end. Sound in terms of structure, this is a great place to start. The heifer that's got some intriguing pieces on paper is the one they hear in second. I like the fact that she blends a nice spread there from birth to yearling, and then also has been genomic enhanced. When you look at her on the hoof, she's a long-sided heifer that really gets out and strides nice. Maybe gets up a little bit right there in the middle of her back. Not quite the quality advantage that we have in the class winner, but that's a long-sided, sound-structured, broody female to go second. like the rib and the body and the mass of this heifer here, this like to change her down there in her lower structure out of her hip and down into her rear pastern there. And the same for the heifer that comes next, the one that's packed full of muscle and stoutness. Again, that works to her disadvantage when we ask her to go just too tight and uncoordinated. And the heifer that rounds out the class, big topped, big hipped. Again, as we ask her to go, like to see those hind two more flexible.
Final call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmentals. Final call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmentals to the makeup arena. Attention full-blood Simmental exhibitors, your show will begin immediately following the purebred Simmental show. Once again, full-blood Simmentals, your show will start immediately after the conclusion of the purebred Simmental show. Results of Class 38 of your purebred Simmental heifers born January through February of 2024. In first place goes to entry number 143, GRAG Diamond Girl 479M, exhibited by Addison Bartlow and Adcock Land and Livestock of Monticello, Illinois. Second place goes to entry number 158, JSOL Breathless Reba 4194M, exhibited by Haynes Show Cattle of Greenville, Ohio. Third place to entry number 149, BFSC Markley Moxie 835M, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 141, exhibited by Emma Henningfield of Franksville, Wisconsin. Fifth place, entry number 150, exhibited by Keeling Simmental of Bremen, Indiana. Now exhibiting in the ring is the selection of your Division 5 champion female.
Well, I tell you what, folks, John and I have, had the opportunity to evaluate a lot of shows between the two of us differently. And then, like we said, the quality of these heifers that are out here in this particular division is just outstanding. You go a lot of different ways. In our mind, there's a logical way to do it, But I think one thing that we need to understand as breeders and exhibitors out here is the quality level, the amount of earning potential that is in this ring right now is this incredible in terms of the direction that you can take these cattle and what you can breed on them and make the next generation of females is just outstanding. And for a purebred show, I mean, it's just fun to see that this kind of quality and depth from our classes to our seconds is just outstanding. And in the directions that you can take these cattle, you'd know better than me what you can do with them. But, you know, this heifer that comes out of this first class, like John said, you know, when she comes out here in this division lineup, maybe she almost grabs you harder now than she did in a particular class. And as we evaluate those two cattle, I do think that, you know, we got that pair of cattle right just in terms of overall quality and freshness and strength atop and overall correctness. Just really like the structure and all these cattle out here. But this one has put so many things right in terms of a balance, structure, body, and this does it in a very, very high quality package. The difference, the one that comes out of that next class to the one here directly ahead of her, when you look in front of this heifer and analyze her and through her lower rib, her lower base width, her lower stifle, we just see that's where that heifer's tremendous advantage is of all these cattle out here, the amount of mass that she has in that lower third and back into that width of you know, down into her stifle there. Still gives you one heck of a elite look from the side. Freshness and presence and rib shape and structure is really good in that cattle. Just really love that female, the way she's put together. Again, just a broody cow prospect, one that's so elegant, and female quality is her strength. This young lady's at second there. The Baldy female is just going to have a beautiful udder. You love the teat structure, and it goes with her type and kind. She's fresh, she's elegant up through that front end, strong top, nice rib, beautiful structured. She's just not quite in the elite league of maybe some of the females that are out here, but that is going to be a tremendous female. Maybe when you slick shear these things and take donor pictures of them, that's one that's going to dang sure grab your eye. So with that said, we're going to look at it one more time, but we think we got it kind of figured out in our mind at least what we're going to do here. But again, give these breeders, exhibitors, owners, partners, whatever they are, just one big round of applause for one hell of a set of heifers.
Congratulations, your Division 5 champion female goes to entry number 135, Jason Rosie, 4288M, exhibited by Carly Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Your Division 5 Reserve champion goes to entry number 109, JMSC Revlon 408M, exhibited by Chloe Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Attention to the barns, this is your first call, Class 40 Fleck Effect Bulls and Class 41 Fleck Effect Heifers. Please make your way to the makeup arena. First call, Class 40 and 41.
Really nice class of females here as well, and we're going to use the most moderate heifer in the class, but the one that we think balances up the best in terms of type and kind and overall structure correctness is the heifer that's going to win the class. Appreciate her from the hock to the ground and from her knee to the ground, the strength of top line that she has and how full she is in a heart girth, the uniformity of her body depth, and then a refinement in terms of teat size and udder quality is going to be another advantage for that heifer when she comes in production. The biggest, the heaviest heifer that comes next is one that it's certainly got a lot of length of side. She's bold and capacious in terms of that body. You like her in terms of the structure off her hind leg. Heifer would like to maybe refine a little bit in terms of her udder quality when she comes into it. She's going to be the closest to calving. Maybe like to this, give her a little more forerib and loosen her up in that spine a little bit as she goes, but certainly like the body and the flexibility that she has out of her hip and hock. Love the length of side and the power and the dimension in the hip in this heifer here, extremely long from nose to tail, like the boldness to her top, the shape to her hip. Maybe like to this here, flex out of that hock a little bit better and strengthen her up there in her loin as she goes, but certainly a heifer that's got a lot of length, a lot of performance, a lot of power.
Your Class 39 results of your purebred Simmental heifers born September through November of 2023. In first place, and also your Division 6 champion, goes to entry number 164, Jason Proud Mary 3654L, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Second place, and also your reserve champion, goes to entry number 166, FSCI Donna L332, exhibited by Genevieve Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Third place to entry number 165, STCC Serena Gem 203L, exhibited by Golden J Farms of Mississippi. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion purebred Simmental heifer. This is your second call, Class 40 and 41, Fleck Effect Bulls and Heifers. Second call, Class 40 and 41. The American Simmental Association is proud to recognize this year's 2025 PTP Herdsman of the Year. This prestigious award is selected each and every year at the North American, with the recipient both nominated and voted upon by his or her peers. This year's Herdsman of the Year is Ian McKenzie of Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ian McKenzie.
As we come to the end of your show here, what an honor and a pleasure to be here with Kyle. We're been buds for 24 years now. When he came a freshman to Butler, and there was a team of us, Shane Bedwell that was in this ring over here, and Shane Work. We were all real tight and close there at Butler. And Kyle and I talk probably as much as anybody on a daily or weekly basis, because we both are trying to live out our dreams of raising cattle and selling bulls and supporting the industry that we love so much. We grew up in this part of it, and our kids are back at it. But both of us decided that our environments would probably better support selling bulls than show heifers. So it was an honor when Kyle called to help and evaluate, and what an incredible lineup you guys have got here. The percent show was outstanding, and but the depth in this particular ring at the moment, and a couple of them we've already sent back to the barn, have just been incredible. So again, I want to thank the Simmental Association and North American for asking us out here, and again, congratulations to all you breeders and exhibitors.
Well, again, like John said, I do want to thank the association and North American for the opportunity to be out here. I mean, this is a prestigious opportunity to be out here and to evaluate just a great breed of cattle, and that we knew the level of quality was going to be hugely elevated, and it surely didn't disappoint. I mean, the cattle division by division came at us, and we tried to work through them effectively, but at the same time, we wanted to try to get it right. And, that's what's fun of having somebody like John out here is, it wasn't like we were trying to decide, if this or that one the whole time. I mean, I let him judge, and I judged, and then we bounced ideas off each other. And I think that's how associates come up with the right placing is you don't try to steer one another throughout the show class by class. Kind of come together and see what you find and what you like and dislike. And it's been fun. And like John said, he's a great friend, and he's somebody that, I talk to every day. This not on cattle problems, but life problems. And, I think that's one thing that we can all say that we got in this livestock and showing community is respect for others and the ability to pick each other's up and to make each other better and rally around each other when times of need arises. And, I think that's one of the reasons that I was kind of asked to judge this show is, there was a situation that happened, and my total respects go to that family and condolences. But, at the same time, life has to go on, and these shows continue to happen. So, with that, I want to thank the people that asked us to come and evaluate the show. It's been an honor and been a privilege. So with that being said, as we evaluate the cattle, they're extremely high quality. These calves are going to have great futures up ahead of them. But I think the heat really gets turned on when we get to this fall heifer calf here. As we went through the percentage show, and then as we made our way into the purebred show, we thought this heifer here, when she came in the ring, really rivaled the quality level that we saw in that heifers that won that percentage show. This in terms of the way she's built, the way she's wedged, in terms of her cow look, her broodiness, her structure, her freshness. We think that's one big time good female there that comes out of that fall division. As we make our way, we had some really good cattle that showed in through the intermediate division, but then there was a pair of yearling heifers here that are this so right in terms of type and kind and freshness and quality and dimension. This really like those heifers as well. So we do think it's a horse race out here. We think there's some quality cattle, but we're going to go out here and select the ones that we like the best today. Again, give these breeders, the exhibitors, I don't even want to predict the amount of money that we're looking at out here, not only in quality, but money that it took to come to these events, and I get it and I understand it. But I commend you on just one hell of a job done, a great presentation of cattle.
This is your third and final call, Class 40 and 41. Fleck Effect, Bulls and Heifers, third and final call, Class 40 and 41. Congratulations, your grand champion purebred Simmental heifer goes to entry number 135 at J-Sol Rosie 4288M, exhibited by Carly Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion purebred Simmental heifer goes to entry number 109 JMSE Revlon 408M, exhibited by Chloe Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle. We'd also like to congratulate your premier exhibitor for today's show goes to Tim Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana, and your premier breeder goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations once again to our purebred Simmental exhibitors. First call, class 42 and 43, full-blood Simmentals. First call, class 42 and 43, full-blood Simmentals.
Full-blood exhibitors, this is your second call. Class 42 and 43 females. 42, 43 females, and the full-blood Simmental heifer show will start soon. Full-blood Simmental females, class 42, 43. You're needed in the makeup area. Full-blood Simmentals, class 42 and 43.
This is your first call, class 44, 45, and 46. Full-blood Simmental heifers, first call, class 44, 45, and 46.
Single entry calf here, but certainly one that's got that added length of side and extension. A bull that gets his neck up out of his shoulder well, his shoulder lays into his body well. This maybe like to give him a little more body and stoutness as we look throughout him, but certainly appreciate his levelness of lines and his length of side.
Congratulations, your grand champion Fleck Effect Bull goes to entry number 406, Longland True North 510M, exhibited by Sean Hertline of Arkansas.
Single entry again in this class, and the young lady, like we seen this heifer earlier today, heifer's packed full of muscle, bold top, hip, a lot of stifle, internal dimensions really good on her. Like her foot quality as well. Perhaps it's like to maybe see her a little more maternal in her muscle shape, lay that tail hit in her just a little bit better, but big time powerful female.
Your grand champion Fleck Effect heifer out of class 41, it goes to entry number 405, JWFF Lucy 4037, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. Congratulations, your premier breeder of your Fleck Effect show goes to Sean Hertline of Arkansas. And your premier breeder goes to entry 405, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie. Congratulations.
Young man's got a high quality heifer to win this class, and she's the one that balances up the best in terms of eye appeal. Her neck comes out of her shoulder nice. She's long sided, she's strong topped, she's long and level hipped. She's got enough body to her, and then in terms of her feet and leg structure, she's easily the soundest structured heifer that we have out here. Quite a bit of margin gap here in terms of quality. She's the easy class winner for us. The next pair of heifers are straight off. We just see a little more rib and body and volume and weight and performance in the heifer that's here in second, like the depth of heart and the spring of rib that she has over the one here in third. The one here in third is long-sided and strong-topped and extended. You like that about her. Just when you analyze her in terms of that mid-rib, like to see her softer with a little more depth of flank. Then we come into a paint heifer here that rounds out the class. Again, big frame, long-sided heifer, just a little flatter and narrow gauged all the way through.
Results of Class 42 of your full-blood Simmental heifers born March through April of 2025. First place goes to entry number 372, GJC Miss Page 678N, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. Second place goes to entry number 371, TCBO Peaches, exhibited by Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia. Third place, entry number 370, TCBO Georgie, exhibited by Kennedy Squires of Arkansas. Fourth place, entry number 373, exhibited by Haley Ann Lynch of Massachusetts.
big framed, high performing, attractive heifer that wins this class. When you get them parked, she gets her head up out of her shoulder more correctly. We're long-sided, high performance, big top, big hip kind of female that puts a lot of nice things together. Like the completeness and design and balance and overall quality of the one here in second as well. Heifer that's got a nice turn and shape to her stifle. She's strong down that top line. She's got a nice set to her hind leg. This is a high quality heifer there. Maybe not quite the length or attractiveness of the one directly ahead of her, but a good female that's good enough built from her shoulder back. We come into the remaining cattle here. This is the highest performance heifer that's remaining from her shoulder back. She's got more weight and dimension in this overall substance. Young lady's heifer that comes next, maybe the one that's a little sounder in terms of that hind leg as she gets out and reaches. Heifer that neck comes out of her shoulder nice enough. She's strong and level topped. Just like to see more lower third in that heifer if we could. Young lady's heifer that comes around next, from her shoulder back, just like to see more heifer there. Certainly like to see her a little sounder in terms of structure as she gets out and goes. Same for the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Just like to give her more weight and performance and structure correctness.
Your Class 43 results are your full-blood Simmental heifers born January through February of 2025. In first place goes to entry number 378, TCBO Maggie May, exhibited by Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia. Second place goes to entry number 379, Rafter TMS Zavaria 127N, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 380, exhibited by Ethan Hartline of Arkansas. Fourth place, entry number 376, exhibited by Caroline Jones of Tom Beam, Texas. Fifth place, entry number 377, exhibited by Linda Bardill of Georgia. And sixth place, entry number 374, exhibited by Carl Whitston. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your junior champion.
Really a nice division of cattle that come out of here, but when we analyze these cattle in terms of a balance standpoint and a freshness and a quality standpoint, the young man's heifer out of that first class, this gives us the female quality look up through her front end and down into her chest, angle her shoulder. From there back, she's easily the soundest structured heifer that's the most mobile out here. She's beautiful in the set. Her hind leg, her hip structure, nice, very fresh in terms of body condition. Congratulations, she's going to be your division champion. For reserve champion, we're going to go with young ladies heifer out of the second class. We just see advantage there in terms of length and mass and dimension and correctness. Again, a heifer that excels in terms of performance.
Congratulations, your junior champion goes to entry number 372, GJC Miss Page 3678N, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. Your reserve junior champion goes to entry number 378, TCBO Maggie May, exhibited by Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia.
In this class here, really just a high quality heifer that's going to win in terms of this performance and length and weight. Big topped heifer that's got a nice shape to her hip and stifle, like that at length that she has from her shoulder back. Young man's heifer that's going to be second, again a strong topped heifer, one that's got some length aside to her as well. When you analyze her into her lower third, just not as much center body or overall width of the heifer that goes directly ahead of her.
Results at Class 44 of your full-blood Simmental heifers born November of 24. In first place goes entry number 381, FLC Misty K M85, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Arkansas. Second place goes entry number 382, TCBO Tiley, exhibited by Sean Hertline of Arkansas.
High quality heifer here to win this particular class. A heifer that balances up very well from the side, like the way her neck gets out of her shoulder. She's a female that's got that length of side that you like to see. She's strong top. She's really long and level from hooks to pins. Again, good enough in terms of her feet and leg structure. Congratulations.
First place in Class 45 of your full-blood Simmental heifers born September of 2024. First place goes to TCBO Justice, entry number 384, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas.
Nice heifer here, again, single entry, and young lady does a nice job in terms of presentation. A heifer that's got some quality to her in terms of her presence. You like that, the strength of top that she has. She's long and level and strong from hooks to pins. A heifer that's got a nice set to her hind leg. Again, balances up nice enough in terms of profile. This a high quality heifer to win this particular class.
Results of class number 46, your full-blood Simmental heifers, born July of 2024. In first place goes entry number 385, TNT Samantha, exhibited by Mackenzie Solins of Georgia.
Well, in this particular division out here, again, these young ladies are doing a nice job in terms of presentation. Young lady up front doing a nice job with her heifer. Certainly been a nice project for her. I appreciate that heifer in terms of the strength of top that she has. She's really good at it in the way her tail head lays into her body there. Perhaps maybe not quite as attractive as the two cattle directly behind her when you analyze her in terms of phenotype. Probably the most striking heifer and the nicest balanced heifer is the one that's in the second class. And the way that she's made in terms of the way the neck comes out of her shoulder, where her shoulder lays into her body, the length of top, the levelness of hip that she has is certainly really good. And then the heifer that's probably got the most power, the most internal dimension is the summer heifer here in terms of rib and body. See a little more udder under this heifer in terms of maybe body condition. But certainly there's a heifer that's got a nice set to her hind leg. She's pretty dimensional in terms of muscle shape. So with that being said, in terms of soundness of structure and just set of hind leg, we're going to go with the summer heifer for your division champion. The heifer out of the fall division will be your reserve division. Congratulations. Two-head class here, and the young man's going to win the class just in terms of completeness and stoutness. A heifer that's just bolder in terms of shape down her top, shape into her hip and stifle area. A heifer that's just more three-dimensional as we look at her all the way through. The dehorned heifer that comes second, certainly a heifer that's long-sided and extended. When you analyze her from her shoulder forward, a little plainer in terms of design, like to stouten her up from behind if we could. But nice pair of cattle there to go 1 and 2.
Congratulations, your intermediate champion of your Fullblood Simmental heifers goes to entry number 385, TNT Samantha, exhibited by Mackenzie Solins of Georgia. Your reserve champion went to entry number 384, TCBO Justice, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. Your Class 47 results of your full-blood Simmental heifers born in March of 2024. And first place went to entry number 386, Blondie, exhibited by Tanner Reed of Paris, Arkansas. Second place went to entry number 387, Evans 162M DJ, exhibited by Haley Ann Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts.
Really long-sided, nice balanced heifer that wins this class. We think she wins just in the way she's designed down her top line, the length of hip that she had, just a little more dimensional in terms of overall shape as you analyze her throughout. The heifer that's going to be second is this second soundest structured heifer, and actually one I really appreciate for udder quality that she's going to have. She's deep enough in terms of body. You like that about her. She's sound enough in terms of structure. Again, her neck comes out of her shoulder nice. Maybe that's not quite as balanced as the one that goes directly ahead of her. The heifer that comes next is loaded with top shape and hip shape. You like that about her. Heifer that's got a lot of length of side to her. Maybe like to drop her down in her lower third, but certainly appreciate the short teats that she has and the udder quality that she's going to have when she comes into production. And the young lady's heifer that comes around here next. Heifer, again, packed full of muscle, a lot of shape to her hip and top. Again, maybe one that's like to see just a nickel sounder in terms of structure as you ask her to go. Single entry in this class, but a heifer that certainly has that added length of side and length of hip that we've been looking for. A heifer that's smooth in terms of her joints and clean in that from that aspect. A heifer that gets her neck high enough out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe just like to drop her down in that lower third and maybe like to see her spring a little bit more in terms of productiveness, in terms of going to calve up a little quicker, but certainly a heifer that's got some length and muscle to her.
Results of Class 48 of your full-blood Simmental heifers born January of 2024. In first place goes entry number 391, TCBO Tilly, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. Second place to entry number 392, SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 390, TNT Shelby, exhibited by Addie Pelock of Martin, Georgia. Fourth place, entry number 388, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie. Your Class 49 results. In first place went to entry number 393, Longland Cosima 392L, exhibited by Sean Hertline of Arkansas.
Well, as we get these cattle back out here and analyze them out of their particular classes, there's differences in them, but to me, there's a pair of cattle that is balanced up better in terms of a broodiness look, a balanced look. Females that this put together a little more in terms of teat quality and udder quality as well. Soundness of structure is something I think that these two heifers directly in front of me had an advantage in. So with that being said, the two females I'm going to keep together for this division come out of the second class. I just like their structure, their balance, and the overall body type and kind. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your senior champion full-blood Simmental heifer goes to entry number 391, TCBO Tilly, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 392, SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand and reserve grand champion full-blood Simmental heifer.
Well, as we get our division champions out here, give these young people, as breeders and exhibitors, a round of applause. They've done a nice job in presenting their cattle here today. The young man's heifer that comes out of the younger division there, John and I both think that that's a quality female and gives you a really nice balance and design from the side. And probably where she excels all 6 of these cattle out here is when she gets out and goes. The way that she flexes out of her hip and hock is the most attractive, and you like that about her. When the young man gets her parked and set up, she's probably as good in terms of her angles, the way her shoulder lays into her body, the length of top that she has, and she is the most attractive in the way her tail head lays into her hip and the length of hip that she has. This is a really nice balanced heifer that's very fresh conditioned. The really powerful made, stout boned, stout hipped, big barreled heifer is the one that comes next. A heifer that's just a little plainer designed when you study her from her shoulder forward, but certainly from her shoulder back. There's a lot of stoutness and power there. As we ask the cattle to go, she's maybe a little shorter stepping of the 3 that are out here, but that's a powerful female that's got a lot of dimension to her. The older heifer that comes out of the last division, appreciate her for added length of side that she has. So long from shoulder to hip, like the length of hip that she has, the length of side that she has. Heifer that's long strided and extended. Maybe this like to clean her up in terms of her chest and the top side of her neck if we could. But with that being said, we appreciate the amount of power and performance that she does offer. So with that being said, we're going to select our champions. Again, nice job and nice set of cattle.
Congratulations, your grand champion full-blood Simmental heifer, entry number 372, GJ Say Miss Page 678N, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. In your reserve, grand champion full-blood Simmental heifer goes to entry number 391, TCBO Tilly, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. This time, we'd like to recognize your PTP Ring of Champions for your full-blood Simmentals. Your Grand Champion Full-Blood Bull of the Year went to FTA Gold Rush 24L, exhibited by McCaig Livestock and TCBO Farms. Your Co-Reserve Champion Full-Blood Bull of the Year went to Jones & Sons Origin Story, exhibited by Jones & Sons Farm. Your Co-Reserve Champion Full-Blood of the Year was AKGO Steve Harvey 183M, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie. Your Grand Champion Full-Blood Heifer of the Year was SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris. Reserve Champion Full-Blood Heifer of the Year went to FTA Moo Money 23L, exhibited by McCaig Livestock. Honorable mention Full-Blood Heifer of the Year went to Little Creek Cali 503K, exhibited by Clay Gardner and Red Oak Farm. Another honorable mention Full-Blood Heifer of the Year was Logland Icicle 426M, exhibited by Landon Oldie.
Really nice pair of bulls here. The young lady's bull with a little more performance to him, just like the way he comes out of his shoulder and out of his hip and hock a little bit better. She gets him parked. He gets his neck up out of his shoulder. This see more mass and depth and density to him from his shoulder back into his stifle. Young man's bull that's second, certainly long-sided and attractive. He does a nice job with him. When you analyze him into his flank and his lower third, not quite as deep-bodied as the bull that goes directly ahead of him.
Results of Class 50 of your full-blood Simmental bulls born March through April of 2025. In first place goes to entry number 396, AMC Captain Morgan 30N, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 397, GJC Mr. Cooper 124N, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas.
A moderate framed, dense made bull is one that comes as an individual here in this single entry class. A bull that's got some muscularity to him. He certainly liked the density that he's got in terms of center body, the depth back into his flank. Shaped really well in terms of the testicle size. Again, you ask the bull to go. He's sound enough in terms of his feet and leg structure, like the levelness and strength of top line that he does have. Nice bulls that come back out here and represent the Fullblood division. But to me, the bull that I set my satchel down on is the young ladies out of second class, just in terms of length and masculinity and performance, rib and body, testicle size, structural correctness. He's the bull that needs to win this particular division. And then we'll go with the young lady out of the first class. Like the way that bull got his neck up out of his shoulder. He's proud enough, sound enough in terms of structure, and liked his depth of body as well. But congratulations to the winner out of the second class on the division champion.
Results of Class 51 of your full-blood Simmental bulls, born February of 2025. First place and also your junior champion went to entry number 398, Jones & Sons Ace, exhibited by Caroline Jones of Tom Bean, Texas. Your reserve junior champion went to entry number 396, AMC Captain Morgan 30N, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana.
For the young man's bull here, there's just a lot of things to like about him. A bull that's got a lot of performance to him, and he handles it well. He's a bull that's got some center body to him. He's bold topped. He's big hipped. He's good in terms of his feet and leg structure, like the testicle development this bull's got. And compared to the one in second, like him a lot better in terms of that sheath and underline as well. The bull that comes in second, like his shape, He's bold top. He's really muscular in terms of his hip and stifle. Again, really developed in terms of testicle size. Like the length of side that he has. Maybe not quite as deep back into that rear rib and flank, and maybe not as correct from hooks to pins and set to the hind leg as the bull that wins the class, but certainly like a lot of things about him as well. Young ladies got the squarest hip bull that comes in third today. You like that about her. He's got a nice set to the hock. Maybe like to see that hock flex a little bit better. The bull wants to get a little tighter in terms of his spine, a little tighter in terms of heart girth, a little flatter in overall shape.
Your Class 52 results are your full-blood Simmental bulls born June through July of 2024. First place and also your intermediate champion goes to entry number 395, GJCHR Maximilian 201M, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 400, Jones & Sons Origin Story, exhibited by Caroline Jones of Tom Bean, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 399, PBA Gambler, exhibited by Riley Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts.
Single entry bull here, one that's got plenty of shape to him in terms of his top and his stifle and down into his quarter. A bull that's developed well in terms of testicle size. When we asked this guy to go, certainly like to see him more flexible out of his front end. He's just really struggling to get his head up out of his shoulder. Like to see him to go a little sounder off them hind two as well. But a bull that's certainly got some muscle to him.
Results of Class 53 of your full-blood Simmental bulls born February of 2024. In first place and also your senior champion goes to entry number 401, AKGO Steve Harvey 183M, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas.
Well, as we get our bulls back out here, there's some differences in the cattle. And the young lady's bull that actually comes out of the first class, I like a lot of things about him in terms of the length of side that he has, the muscularity, the levelness of top, how well his testicles are shaped and designed underneath him. His biggest problem for me is when he come at you, he wants to really roll off that front end and just doesn't plant very square up there on those front two. But with that being said, from there back, you like a lot of things about him. That's where the bull in the second division probably excels, is his soundness of structure out of his front end as he comes at you, the way he flexes out of his hip and hock as well. When he analyzed the cattle in terms of rib and body and performance and muscle, he's as stout and big-bodied as any of them out here, and you like that about him. The bull that comes out of the last division, like we said, he's very muscular in terms of shape. Bull that's really round in terms of his hip and stifle. It's good enough in terms of testicle size. Just like to see that guy more flexible and looser in terms of that structure as we get him out here. So with that being said, we'll go out and select you a champion bull here today. But congratulations to these exhibitors and breeders on their stock show experience here at the North American.
Congratulations, your grand champion full-blood Simmental bull goes to entry number 395, GJC Mr. Maximilian 201M, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion full-blood Simmental bull goes to entry number 398, Jones & Sons Ace, exhibited by Caroline Jones of Tom Bean, Texas.
Well, the young man's cow that's going to win the class does so in terms of cow quality. This a lot more youthful in terms of udder quality and the way it's hinged and placed underneath there. And then when you really analyze this female in terms of feet and leg structure, she might be as flexible and mobile as any of the cattle we've seen today in terms of the way she flexes out of her hip and hock and the way she maintains levelness down that top line. Moderate in terms of frame size, like her femininity that she has. The cow that's going to be second is this pair here. Certainly you appreciate the big strapping bull calf that she has. He's got a lot of top and power and dimension and length. But as the cow herself, we just like to see her balanced a little more correctly from the side. A female that like to shorten her up in terms of teat length and maybe to see her flex and go a little bit better in terms of structure.
Results of Class 54 of your full-blood Simmental cow-calf pairs. In first place, and also your grand champion full-blood Simmental pair, goes to entry number 402, Logland Icicle 426M, exhibited by Landon Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. Your reserve champion went to entry number 403, Logland Aquamarine 330L, exhibited by Caroline Jones of Tom Bean, Texas.
Bring the cattle out here for the Supreme Drive. Certainly the young man's got two critters out here and he chose to show his bull, and we got a high quality cow with a beautiful udder out of that last division. But John and I are in agreement in terms of this phenotype, structure, soundness, eye appeal, and quality. We're going to use the heifer calf that won the heifer show as the highest quality of the Supreme Champion full blood here today. Congratulations to these breeders. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your Pinnacle Award Supreme Champion winner. Goes to entry number 372, GJC Miss Page 678N, exhibited by Garrett Jones of Ada, Texas. And congratulations, your premier exhibitor of your Fullblood Simmental show goes to Peyton Klein. And your premier breeder award goes to TCBO Farms. Once again, congratulations to all of our Fullblood Simmental exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the shows here today in Freedom Hall. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, kicking off with the Santa Gertrudis and Charolais here in Freedom Hall starting at 8 a.m.